Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? We opened at 4078. Roughly. I think so. 4080-ish, maybe. Somewhere in there. Oh, yeah. I'm getting it up. All right. Is that working? Yep. Cool. How's everyone doing? Better than the ES1? Well, that's a start. You seem well rested. I guess. I didn't sleep a lot. And then my espresso machine wasn't working this morning because I need to change the water filter in it. So I had to order Starbucks coffee, which I'm unhappy about. It tastes like shit. Yeah, F in the chat. Ding ding. Ooh. So opening right up at Delta Neutral. See if we get a pullback here at all in any appreciable way. Kind of looks like it's going to continue to be a little bit, well, it's going to chop for a little bit, most likely. Last futures just want to dump hard. We're right at that like standard deviation line from VWAP where we kept finding support last week. How is there not an artisanal coffee shop on every corner where you're at? There is, but I don't want to wait in line 45 minutes for a coffee. And there was no one at the Starbucks. So, Starbucks it was. Is there any possibility we see a gamma ramp to the downside? Sure, if we can slip net negative gamma, which we're kind of close to. That's down at 4062.75. Well, actually, that might have changed this morning. 4077.50. So yeah, we're kind of right on top of DN, and I can probably adjust this. Well, we're below it. Who gives a shit now? Yeah, so now now we could. Thoughts on JPM style collar on GME? Already have 20cc out in May. Debating to buy 20p, sell 15p for May as well. Yeah, you could. I don't know if I'd want to sell the 15s. That's kind of the only problem with that. Generally speaking, you'd be buying like an out of the money put, so you'd be getting like you'd be selling a 20, getting an $18 put, and then selling like a 15 or yeah, probably the 15. But you don't want to the idea is to not be assigned on the downside, right? Any possibility? Is there any news caused futures to drop 2 hours before market open? Well, I mean, labor data remained extremely robust into the end of last week. Remember that we had the holiday and the data came out on the holiday, but unemployment was down, non-farm payrolls were up pretty significantly above estimates. Labor participation rate was up. So the labor market, for all intents and purposes, continues to look robust, right? And so, I mean, obviously that discourages the thought that there will be any kind of pivot from the Fed this year, since we're still on the upside of the labor data. Apple shitty sales. Well, PC shitty sales. Interesting. World Bank global GDP data. Yeah, I mean, the US GDP data has already been in decline. So those are like soft data from, like the various Fed manufacturing indexes and the ISM reports. So everything's pointing to a growth recession. Is SQQQ more attractive versus short SPY ETF because more overvalued? Interesting. Yes, SQQQ is more attractive because its price is higher, and so its percent change moves are larger, which is arguably far more important than which index you choose when you're using a leveraged ETF. Apple App Store sales still good though. Yeah, I mean their cash flow is way down. They have product obsolescence issues. People are hanging on to their older model phones for longer. They have, regulatory hurdles that they have to deal with in EU due to trying to trim down their obsolescence. So that's not really an avenue they can actively go down. They don't have any new product lines to drive future growth. So Apple is beginning to stagnate. Not that they will forever, but for the time being, their growth has slowed to a crawl. And since they're pricing in future earnings, hey Gherk, what source tool do you use to track options flow and OI changes? Do you have any recommendations? Not really. I mean, for OI changes, your best bet is like getting the free data from CBOE at market close. Options flow is mostly useless unless you're willing to shell out like a few $1,000s a month to try to mimic level 3 data. Any chance I could get my Dillionaire song? Oh yeah, man. Welcome back aboard.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
Ahoy.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
I'm still rocking the original BBB Live, 428 million shares outstanding. Forex solution over the past few months. Yep. So is there any hope for my May 19 SPY 390p I've been holding and didn't even sell short? Puts against it while just waiting and watching and get blood rat I mean, you have a decent amount of time. It would have been better had you averaged down or, managed the position in some way. Music is loud as fuck. Oh. Huh. Good morning. Well, now that everyone's awake, we can celebrate Hazy's return to the cult fold. Do you think this dropped below 40.75? Oh, that's me. I turned me down. I think this drop below 40.75 holds. It may not. I hope so. We're definitely going to at least push down, I think, a little further. Yeah. And it looks like we're going to push down a little further regardless. Maybe down to like 40.70. I need to kind of look at the... Give me a second, because I want to look at the 0DTE data and see what's happening there. There was an insane amount of call interest earlier. So... Okay, that looks significantly more subdued. Still a lot of call interest at 4,100 though. And I'm not entirely sure that that call interest is short. Like I don't think that's entirely short calls. Holy shit, Bobby diluted 350 million shares? Damn trash. Yep. Welcome to my professional YouTube channel, where I can predict what the market is going to do next, but can't control anything volume related. Exactly. You take what you can get. Can I show your VIX? Can you show VIX instead of Upstart? Yeah, I can switch it over. I just wanted to kind of see how Upstart was going to open today. VIX dipping a little bit this morning. I mean, we opened at 20. A little bit of a pullback, but it's not super significant. We're worried about playing the upside here. Maybe I'm not. ES1 finding support at 4,100 as before. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. Is I want to target any bounce we might see on ES1, like especially if we're going to bounce back up to like the 41.12 range. Are you entering your Baba puts if it hits like 104? I mean, it's kind of like right at the long-term resistance right now. Yeah, I mean, my risk is just slightly above that because I was trying to account for volatility. Above 105 though, I'd probably cut my Baba puts and reposition. So I might just wait to enter until I confirm a breakdown. If we move above like the trend at 10, what the fuck is that at? Like 103. So yeah, if we move above the trend at 103, I'll wait to confirm that it's being rejected at 104.48. And then if it is, then I'll enter. Dilutions will continue until golden parachutes deploy. What alternatives to averaging down are there for managing a single long put position? You can turn it into a spread. So, I mean, yours is kind of far out of the money at like 390. So spreading it's not super profitable, but you know, if you think you've got like a week or two, you can sell. And since you're so far out of the money, you could probably be a little bit more aggressive. But you can sell like a shorter dated, like you have May 19. So, last week where it was, pretty obvious we were going to trade in a higher range, you could have done something like sell like a 4-6, like 400 or 420, right? And then, use that $10 to $30 spread that you've created to offset your cost to carry. That's a good way of handling it. I mean, obviously, yeah, you can get a call. So you can buy, like an upside hedge and turn it into a strangle. Generally speaking, you would need to do this earlier, as you moved away from your target price. I don't know how long you've been holding this for, so that changes a lot of your options to hedge it. You can use bear call spreads at the top. To net credit, right? And then use the credit to average down. So those are a few ideas. There's more. there's a lot more that you can do, but those are the basic ones. Big V-shaped recovery on bank. Okay. I made a rule for myself. No trading between 9:30 and 9:45 because I can't control myself freaking out over nothing for the first 15 minutes of the day for some dumb reason. It's probably a good rule to follow. Uh, I follow a similar rule well, generally when the market's more liquid, I follow a similar rule. And I kind of let the morning volatility and mispricing blow out before entering any positions. Right now, everything's so massively illiquid that it's we don't get a lot of morning volatility anymore. It's usually gone after like 5 or 10 minutes. How does OI on SPX look now? Well, it looks like the call side's a bit more muted, but I don't have information on the 0 DTEs yet. I might now. So yeah, we're starting the call side on the 0 DTEs looks significantly more muted now. And still a lot of interest at 4100, but things are getting pretty negative to the downside. There's support at 4060. I do think we can bounce a little bit more before we see any of that realized. VIX is such a fucking scam. Yeah, it is. Yeah, ES on the 5 minute is holding support here at 4102.25, which is where our one standard deviation weighted VWAP is currently at. What's up, Trash? While waiting to clear wash sales, I'm selling $16 428 CSPs. Feels good to be patient. Nice, man. Looks like Tesla is trying to trap bears again. The fanboys will carry it back to 200 by earnings. I don't know. We'll see. I know I didn't get an opportunity to enter any more puts, but I'll probably close my put position into earnings, even though I do think there's a good chance they miss. Um, I'll avoid the reckless bulls. Also, their earnings is way too close to April OPEX. What's so appealing about buy rights on Upstart still? Is there a little profit on 13cc buying around here? Wouldn't SQQ buy rights provide better potential? SQQ buy rights carry a completely different risk factor than buying Upstart. First of all, they have fund decay. So you have volatility decay due to the contango that creates the multiplicative effect on the fund. So you're purchasing, you're doing a buy right on what is essentially a depreciating asset, right? You kind of limit your profitability. I believe Upstart IV is significantly higher, and you're basically buying shares and writing a put against them for 0.3 delta, right? 0.5 delta. So, if they get assigned, you don't care, right? You've netted a credit. And if they don't get assigned, you get shares for $13. So buy rights on Upstart are kind of just me trying to buy shares at $13 more than they are like any kind of profitable strategy. But no, generally writing contracts against SQQQ is very risky. Digging the new SPX chart setup. Thanks. Awesome, dude. Have you rolled your NVIDIA puts yet? No. Should I? Yeah. Do you have any CCs out for Fubo? If so, what strikes and expiration? I have like 25% of my shares out at $1 for May 19th. Why did you choose QQQ puts over SQQQ? Because SQQQ doesn't benefit from a slow and volatile grind down that may have upside, right? So, if we drop into the end of this week and then move up like pre-SLD and then drop into SLD, and then move up into OPEX, and then we don't know what's going to happen after OPEX, right? SQQ is not going to perform as well. Also, the returns on QQQ are better. Notionally. Which, given that I mostly buy options, is more important. Although technically I have both. NVIDIA Greeks. Yeah, so delta neutral 226, gamma neutral 264.39, gamma max 302. Vega neutral's at 216.16. I was just thinking of buy rights for income, but you're thinking of buy rights as alternative to CSPs for acquiring shares. Fair enough. I mean, I'm selling CSPs on it also. I'm using the buy right to fund synthetic shorts, right? So I'm trying to double the yield on the buy right by reaching assignment. So I'm buying shares at the money, right? At spot. And then I'm writing a $13 contract. Say like well, right now, April 21st. Right? And then I'm using the credit to buy in the money puts. So that way, if it drops to 13, I'll make like 18% here. And then, whatever yield this is today. Effectively further discounting the shares. And then I can sell a CSP at like 12. What do you say your occupation is on your Tinder profile? Stonk God, Stonk Master, Fin Dominatrix. What do you... Does VIX breaking 20 hold any significance? Yeah, it definitely does. When would you cut your upside hedge purchase on Thursday? I cut 50% of mine and holding the rest in case of a bounce. If we slip below gamma neutral, like the fast gamma neutral at 40.77 today, I believe it's at. When would you cut your upside hedge? I sold $1 puts on Fubo. Look at us. The yields on those are pretty nice. I sold some of those that expired last week. I might sell some more this week. It's shares I wanted to acquire anyway. So the last time Upstart ran back in January, I got assigned on like 30% of my position. Which I didn't mind because my cost basis on that position is like, it's still like 16 something. I think it's like 1675, right around there. So I got assigned on these, on the CCs I sold almost right away. And then I got assigned on some more the week before last when Upstart first bounced. So yeah, I'd like to reacquire those shares, but I want to buy them, 13 or below. Buy right for Fubo May 19, $1, roughly 27%. Yeah, it's insane. They're really good. Interesting. Futures getting a little weaker here, maybe? No. Slightly lower high. Do you want to average this? Not really. I do probably want to set a stop, though. Oh, wait. Feuds keep doing that sudden volume spike thing. Yeah, I know. I'm watching them. How do I get my 1-minute candles on TV to look like yours? I think those are just the regular ones. Yeah, they're just regular candles. I'm not using anything special. They're just like the standard candlestick, and they're green and red. How far out are your upstart 12 CSP? Like 519? Yeah. I like Hank and Ashley. I do, but not on indexes. Interesting. Futures is actually losing ground here. Curious. Wholesale numbers just dropped. Are they shit? Ooh. Yeah, wholesale inventory is up. Increased by 0.1%. Consumer inflation expectations not out yet. We're just not updated yet. We also have the 3 and 6 month auctions today. Could the market fall before data comes out? Somewhat, yeah. There's not a lot of put positioning to the immediate downside yet. And as neutral positioning comes in, I feel like that's going to strain pricing to the downside. I didn't say GN moved up a lot. GN's at 264 on NVIDIA, Bob. It's been consistently moving up. Hey, Gurk, you sound tired. No, I'm not. Thanks, though. How about to host the White House Easter egg hunt? Biden about to host the White House Easter egg hunt. We're gonna rock it. It looks like we finally found that bounce that we were looking for. A little bit of volume coming in on futures, driving it back up above resistance. We got another like 3 minutes till this candle closes, but it looks like a moderately strong bounce on the second test. How you doing, Trina? Where do you see BTU price action going in the next 30 days? Unless commodities heat up a lot more, specifically energy, and oil is up, but only moderately. I think it'll mostly track with the indexes. So, and I kind of expect those to fall at least over the next 2 weeks. Maybe some good CSP opportunities in like a week or two, or some covered call opportunities now. Hey, Greg, is a good day to get SPX Pitsy Pits. It's not a bad one. I don't hate them. It may be a little soon to be buying too many of them. I mean, I don't really like Micron much, but I'm not really sure why it's up. It's really lagging behind the performance of the rest of the semis. Yeah, inventory up isn't necessarily bullish. It's not a good sign, right? It means they're not moving product. Um, it shows more growth contraction, or at least demand contraction. So that's, positive on the side that, I really don't know if wholesale inventories is something the Fed takes into account heavily. At least not moderate changes in them. Omega Moon who had a fucking party. I have $26 calls out. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna get a gap fill. That seems a bit ambitious. Things are actually starting to look a little more bearish now. That breakout wasn't very impressive. Rejected at 407, the same as the previous bounce. This kind of looks kind of bearish. Like a bear flag. A very straight bear flag, but a bear flag nonetheless. All right. I have $26 calls out. Okay. Yeah, you're probably okay unless something drastically changes in the commodities market. How's it doing today? Up 0.63. Yeah, looks like it's up in line with Russell. I don't think Russell's gonna perform amazingly well, so I don't worry about it too much. Do you have theta on them, or do they like expire this week? Are we gonna trade in a $10 range all day today? I don't think so. We have a fairly decent amount of momentum built up, so I think we'll find a range at some point here. 4070p, a good 0 DTE play. Not yet. I think the question here is, do futures pick up more volume, or does the volume continue to trend down? Yeah. So if we push up much more, this is going to become like a bullhorn, which is what I was hedging against, but I got stopped out. I love your drawing. Extend it to Friday, please. So far, 11, 11, 11, 7 on the 1 hour. Oh, Jesus. What's up, Mike? Off the meds again today? Do you think we need a Q1 earnings for NVIDIA to die? It's possible, although falling below Gamma Max isn't going to help its, or Gamma Neutral is not going to help its price. He already has the 4070 put. He just wanted reassurance. What do you think? Your thoughts on Jesse Livermore's How to Trade in Stocks? It's okay. I feel like a lot of it's kind of an oversimplification. It's a fine read. I don't think it's going to give you a lot of information that'll make you a much better trader. Maybe outside of like the position management sections are pretty decent. Also, you know, when he was a trader, that was like what, back in like the 40s or 30s, 20s, you know, like it's been a long time. Some things I'll agree never change, but it might be a bit outdated for day trading in the current environment. Thoughts on rumors EPA will announce new emission restrictions on Wednesday favoring electric cars? Are you bullish on lithium? Not at all. I'm eyeing LAC. Okay. Nope. No 4070p, but now I want it more. Oh. I'd still wait. There's a point at which buying a put is probably going to be good in the near future, but it's not now. Futures volume's not dwindling, but it's remaining consistent, so we can still push up a little bit here. How to sign up on my iPhone without the extra Apple monies? What, you just sign up on a computer or use your browser and go to the YouTube website and do it from there. I just got stopped out of a position, but when I checked the price history of the contract, the conditions weren't met. Happened at 10 with the data. Call your broker. Tell them that the conditions weren't met on the trade. No book is going to help you find an edge. I would say that your goal as a new trader in the attempt to find an edge is to learn as much about the markets as you feasibly can, and then take that knowledge and attempt to utilize it in a way that is profitable. Yeah, make your own edge. No one will ever give you one. At least not one that's any good. I hate that word. Edge is a stupid philosophy. It's rooted in gambling mentality. I think the markets can be beat. I don't think that you need to skirt the edge of profitability. They call it alpha now. Cunts. I like the way you said beat there. I think the market is predictable and inefficient. I do not believe in efficient market hypothesis. I do not believe that anyone needs to find an edge to be successful. I believe that there are strategies and market mechanics that make consistently profitable trades over time. There's being lucky and there's being right. They're not the same. Who's unironically buying GA at this level? I mean, it's defensive, right? Okay, heck, you're gonna upset all the Keynesian academics in here? Oh, I don't care who their favorite philosopher is. What are these consistently profitable strategies outside of selling CC and CSP? I mean, that's one, right? That could be a consistently profitable strategy if well managed. Is VIX allergic to 20? Maybe it needs some antihistamines to touch 30. I mean, there's some pushback at 20. VIX over 20 means put's more expensive, right? Not ideal for people that want to go short. Calling economists philosophers, you're a generous god. I'm short GE. Is this why you're worried about it? Oh, you're a different person. Check out the new book, Dr. Centaur's Fail-Proof Trading System, How to Edge Your Way to Make White and Profits. Oh, God. My father-in-law was an options trader in San Fran in the late 80s, early 90s. He said you can't compare the two eras. What took a weekend with a Commodore 64 can be done on a toilet with a phone. Yep. Yeah, it's the speed of information is increased rapidly. You didn't have high-frequency trading back then. Market maker impact was totally different. Derivatives were the tail, not the dog. A lot has changed. I didn't see it. BOFH. I might be able to find it. How far back is it? I'm sorry I missed your joke. Okay, I don't see it at all. You're yeah, the chat doesn't, I can't scroll that far back. Back then, T+2 settlement was a necessity, not an exploit. I wonder if this thing's ever gonna get fucking bearish. I mean, 63% rise in 6 months for GE. That's kind of egregious, no? I have no idea. Go look at their earnings. Have they been performing well? Have they gotten rid of long-term debt? I mean, there's a million different reasons that it could be going up. It's not necessarily egregious. They're a huge manufacturer. They're heavily subsidized. I have a question about hedging and risk management. If we upvote the daily DD, should we hedge that by reporting it for threatening violence? I mean, you wouldn't be the first one to report it for threatening violence. Sold a CC last week and didn't gamble the premium. I bought it back just now for a 15% gain. Waiting for another entry point here. I think I'm actually starting to learn. Thank you. Oh, nice. Good job. It sounds like it. Do you have OI? I don't think it's changed significantly. Put side leverage is picking up pretty significantly, especially on the bounce. Put volume increased massively. Looks like call volume is selling off pretty significantly around the 40.80 through 40.95 strike. So that's a significant amount of the upside gamma. At least under 4100. 4100 still strong. 4105, 4110, moderate. 4065 has increased significantly to the downside. And then with the most volume at 4050, I think we're starting to see this break down now. This third test may not have as much support as we move back towards that weighted VWAP deviation on the 5 minute on futures out here. This thing, this little fucker. A breakdown below this is actually really significant. It's also, you know, where like our fast gamma neutral is on SPX, but it's still relevant on the future side. Nasdaq getting hammered today, down 1.22%. Russell's actually up. JFresh or Dork be more successful on OnlyFans? I think Dork's prettier, but JFresh would be more successful because he's willing to do weirder shit. Right? So, like, monetarily, JFresh is gonna kill it. Popularity-wise, it's probably gonna be Dork. It seems like when the market sells off, GME gets a quick pump. That's because they're still resolving that negative arbitrage. So when they get some active fund flow pumping in liquidity, they buy to cover. Every time it's happened over the last like 2 weeks, it's reduced the negative arbitrage like a tiny bit. If the market really takes a big shit, then they'll be able to clear it all out at once. Hey, Gherk, you know a lot about seemingly random stuff. Do you think that someday I might not be a disappointment? I couldn't be prouder of you, Baradactyl. Dirk was amazing in Harry Potter as Bellatrix Lestrange. Did NVIDIA not get the memo that QQQ is down 1%? Probably not. No. Is there really much of an opportunity here? See, I'm just not very impressed with this. Okay, well, it's just gonna keep doing its thing, I guess. Hmm. Is this bearish? I think so. VIX futures on eToro are up 0.5%, while VIX is up 6.6%. Do you know what that could be? Are VIX futures updated in real time on eToro? Or is it just the daily? JFresh boofed an entire monster can on OnlyFans. Nice. Go hype negative beta on SS real quick. Ben, thank you so much. Veronica, welcome to Cornichon. Enjoy your pigeon whale coupon. Did they create the arbitrage and just haven't been able to clear it out as fast as they expected? Or was it a consequence of earnings? I think it was a consequence of earnings. I think they, rolled over as much of the obligations as they could the day following earnings when we had like 60 million volume. And they've been slowly clearing out the arbitrage back up for some time now. I'm surprised someone never came in and really just pushed to clear out the arbitrage because it's free money, right? But most institutions stay away from GME nowadays. And now there's really not enough. It's almost not worth it anymore. I was just wondering where you get your manscape waxing done. Do you and Pi-Fi FaceTime during your simultaneous appointments? Of course. The quants do everything together, including their manscape waxing. We get a group discount. eToro makes up its own market prices depending on how much they want to make. Yeah, that I believe. Imagine buying CFDs from eToro. No, you can't ask members questions. You're a Cornichon. To whoever asked about VIX F on eToro. Tell them that eToro put a 15 to 35 cent spread on future CFD. When you open a position, you're down 30% immediately, and it expires one day early. Yep, there you go. Amazing. I think you mentioned BTU is usually a good one to go long on before CPI data. Seems like the right time here. It can get like a small pump if inflation's up. I don't think inflation's going to be up appreciably though. Right? I think inflation's most likely going to be relatively flat, down year over year, and the month over month is, even if it's up a little, it's not going to be up a lot. The really interesting thing is if it is moving up, there's going to be well, depending on how much month over month is moving up, month over month will be increasing faster on core than on headline inflation, which means that well, that hasn't happened since the beginning of 2021. It's not a good look. It infers that future headline inflation will be higher. I came across the Bobby subreddit yesterday. They make super stock look like real investors. At least they buy options on the stock they love. Gotta give them that. Did you get NVIDIA on screen? Why? I came across the Bobby subreddit yesterday. They make super stock. That's why I left eToro and never looked back. The spreads and all the other bullshit should be illegal. Also, the same VIX futures only has a 0.5 cent spread on IBKR. Inflation is definitely going to go up because oil. Yeah, but that's going to be in May. I still think we're trading range bound today on SPX, or should I wait for more momentum driven breakdown, which is why you didn't like the 4070p I asked about at the time. Probably. Yeah, the momentum kind of sucks right now. At least for the moment. I closed out my Tesla on 90 puts at 50%. Pigeon whale for life. And with you for the long haul. You're the best pickle man. Riku. That's fucking awesome, Green Ranger. Congratulations. Are there any good stock subreddits? I cringe every time I look at the top few. Theta Gang used to be kind of better than most, but it's gotten pretty fucking cringy too. Yeah, I don't know. The retail movement of like 2021 fucking ruined all the stock subreddits. Most of them just suck. Unless they're so small they're impossible to find. Value investment is just like used to be really good, and now it's just like people jerking off over their DCAs instead of actually trying to find like new value propositions. And like trying to like lord it over everyone else who's in the market for a short term because everything they buy has a 20-year holding window. Our dividends has just turned into buy SCHD. I mean, obviously Superstock, Bobby, and AMC are fucking garbage. Wall Street Bets is arguably as dumb as it's always been, but with even less relevant content. All the various Wall Street Bet like offshoots like Silver and OGs and all of those are, you know, equally garbage, and most of the better analysts that used to contribute have long since packed up their bags and moved on. Thanks, Trash. I'm not saying USD JPY is rocketing, but USD JPY is indeed rocketing. They ruined them themselves. Retail didn't do anything. They just talk about DCA, buy blue chip, and reducing all risk. Okay, thanks, Girk. Just trying to get better at reading the SPX. So I'm by random 0 DTs, hoping green candle will turn red. Fair enough. Yeah, the momentum's just a little bit shit right now. That's kind of the problem I have. Hopefully, if this fails, we get a more consistent breakdown. But we're probably gonna pump back up to like 40.84 real quick before that happens. The fact that we have delta neutral and like the fast GN right below us at like 40, like right around 40.75 is not, you know, ideal. It creates a pretty hard resistance unless there's like a big sell off, right? Do you own SCHD? I have some, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of it. If the market crashed, I'd probably buy some, but can I recommend our real day trading? Sure. The day trading subreddit's just like a bunch of angry failed day traders that hate everyone. And then people trying to like shill their fucking like coursework and stuff. I got stock tips from 4chan and truck stop bathroom graffiti. Probably more accurate. Yeah, there's nothing there on Bobby. Any tips of inputting stocks into code? And don't say you have PFT. What do you mean? It's kind of a weird way to ask the question I think you're asking, but maybe you can define it a bit better. I mean, I do have people for that, but how do you want to input stocks into code? My general rule of thumb is that if someone has a master class, their knowledge is outdated and most certainly a scam. I think anybody who's trying to sell you a system is a scam. And don't get me wrong, there's legitimate like signal trading strategies, right? But everyone already knows all about them. They're not insightful in any way. They're not new, and they shift in their viability with the macro environment. Anything I can get you from Joseph A. Bank? You know what? I think I'm okay. TradingView doesn't let you import a lot of data. It's very difficult. What about people selling you pictures, selling pictures of your calves? Is that how you're getting by nowadays, Grim 2? Have the bags gotten that heavy? While the stock market is being boring, can you tell us a story? I like to hear the origin story of the quant team, i.e. who joined and when. I have no idea. What's the specialties of the quieter quants? Are any of the quants quiet? I don't think so. JG Wentworth is the only true alpha left. Most of us are just GPT-4 chatbots instead of GPT-3 like you plebs. Oh, that's so true. I would have been the quiet quant. I know, JC. Thanks for the heads up on Baba. Got in on the bounce this morning. Profitable stop set. Rode this one down like last time it was a pickles pick. Excited to do it again. Congrats, man. Nice. My bags have heft, but they're nothing like Denied's bags. Was he bullish on the run? Was he think we were going into a new bull market? I could see him being bullish. If you had to, who would you marry? Jfresh or Dork? Yeah, I really don't want to listen to Darth complain today, so I'm just not going to answer it. I've ruined the Pi-Fi stream with my audio configuration recommendations. Yes, you have. Would you be willing to go over on stream how and what you look at to govern your trading via positional data rather than sentiment, like you mentioned in the hot tub stream? No? Look at them after my lucky edge. Would you look like... Would you rather look like Jar Jar Binks or talk like Jar Jar Binks? Look. Definitely look like. If I if I talked like Jar Jar Binks, I would have gotten shot while I was still a child. I could recommend a nice audio DSP for the low price of $3,000. I'll just turn off the compressor, right? Everyone can just turn up their headphones. I love when people ask you for proprietary information without offering a single cent. Not like you'd give it up then, anyway. Yeah. I'm not... I mean, I don't sell anybody anything, right? So, I don't feel any obligation to provide that information. I give enough information away that an inspired person could figure it the fuck out. But you'd be surprised at how many people are wildly uninspired. I'll tell you the same thing that I probably should have told Stefan at some point. If you want the keys to the castle, you have to earn them. I hate this piece of shit market. Really? I was gonna put over a bag over your head anyway, but we're all here for the voice. Oh. That hurts. What about the love letters? How do we need to donate for you to live stream GME Shareholder Day from Texas dressed as Jar Jar Binks? $500,000. I want to pick up more Microsoft, but I don't want to spend my own money on it. How long do you think this NVIDIA pumps before it tops out for put reentry? I got stopped out using these stops you've kept promoting. I don't think I'm promoting stops so much as highlighting the fact that they exist. Inspired person here can confirm, can't figure shit out. Yeah, reading options data is not that hard. I didn't mean to ask for anything secret, just a point in the right direction. Okay. I mean, you're not asking for anything secret. I don't think any of it's a secret. I'm just not telling you. Check Venmo, just sent it. I bought Microsoft today. I forgot how fun it is to hold a stock that actually moves. It's pretty great. Hmm. Oh, that was a hard rejection. Hmm. Nice. You're not going long Microsoft, are you? Not right now. Am I under suspicion of being the new walk-in fake name or something? No. Inspired investor here who bought Amazon right before the latest stock split. Ask me anything. There's a shooting at a Louisville bank. Okay. Louisville. Louisville. Yeah. I just finished God of War the weekend, and I think you should stream it. I'm sure plenty of people here love to pretend you're their dad anyway, and would love to if you referred to them as boy. Oh, God. I don't think that's something I want to encourage. Do you think NVIDIA will have a repeat quarter one earnings call and simply AI their way another 90% up? We'll see. I mean, this is for that $500,000 fund. You've been eating out at omakase places. I went to the chemistry room yesterday and it was quite a unique experience. I'm not always the biggest fan of like high-end omakase. It's like they just give you all kinds of shit and don't tell you what it is. And some of it's gross. Or at least things you're not mentally prepared to eat, right? It's like, oh, this is a sturgeon's gallbladder that's been lightly braised with a blowtorch. Ben walking. 499,995 to go for Girk to attend shareholder day as Jar Jar Binks. Are they ever gonna do a public one again? Probably not. When my girlfriend comes over, I'm not mentally prepared to eat too. Interesting. Is it food or is it a challenge? I want food. Well, it's both. It's challenged food. I thought pigeon wheels used to hear screaming on stream were sold to high-end restaurants so they could be lightly braised with a blowtorch. Was someone pre-torch them? No comment. I heard someone tell someone that they heard from someone that Amazon is buying Fubo. You know, that's a rumor that I've heard circulating. At least Jar Jar wouldn't have pumped the market so hard, even though he's a Sith Lord. Is that canon? Is SPX just bear flag for the day? Just like the whole day? Maybe. It sure as fuck feels that way. I don't know. The futures bear flag looks like it's starting to kind of, well, move towards its lower resistance in a really unexciting fashion. It's been said that Fubo is going to $1,000 a share too. Don't say that. People will buy it. What would you expect if Fubo was bought out? $3 per share? Like at least $1 billion market cap, maybe more. The theory is that Jar Jar was going to be a Sith Lord, but after the negative fan reaction, George Lucas had to change the script. Really, the negative fan reaction wasn't just to the character itself? You'd think if George Lucas was paying attention to fucking fan reactions that Jar Jar wouldn't have been a character in the first place. Uh, Hold on one second. Advanced systems. Um, Hold on. Trying to see if I can fix the lag on this. Discord. Ah, fuck me. All right. No. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. That should work better. Cinemark has way better theaters than Sticky Floor AMC. Interesting. Win 4,100. I don't think we're going to hit 4,100 today. At least it doesn't look that way yet. I don't even understand how NVIDIA is going up at this point. I mean, it's not going to break down until it falls below gamma neutral. What company going woke would be the funniest? I think it would be Cult or Trump.org. Does Trump have a .org website? A Cinemark has way better theaters. Gherk would just be like Centaur Banks. I learned a bunch from being here. Thanks for what you do, Gherk. Hit the like, you shills, and don't worry. I won't try to bribe you into renting my house with mini horses anymore. All right, fair enough. Cinemark tried to sell their business, but couldn't find a buyer. Well, no one's offered to buy AMC either, probably because they keep defaulting on their debt. Call me the devil if you want, but AMC has been in the far better stock this year for trading than GME. The bounce between 4 and 850, then back, rinse and repeat has almost been textbook. Yep, people still buy options on it, so it maintains higher implied volatility. Um... Does Gherk still have the MOASS button collecting dust? It's around here somewhere, yeah. When 4065? I keep asking myself the same question. Well, the bear flag is finally breaking down on futures on the 5 minutes, so hopefully we're moving into retest that 4100 resistance. Maybe this time it actually fails if we get some volume on the dump. Yeah, I'm start down 1 penny today and flat and a penny. What if we just chop for the next 5 years, 4,000 forever? I highly doubt that's gonna happen at 4,000. I wish my upstart CC would get assigned. No problem, Paris. I know you do, Dork. This is the slowest creep towards moderate bearishness ever. It's actually terrible. I miss J-Pow. I do too. It's been too long since we've seen his beautiful face. What happened to Upstart on Friday the 31st that created that pump? The market rocketed. I hope J-Pow is doing okay. He's probably fine. Oh, fuck. J-Pow's is probably golfing with his buddies. He's fine. He only makes like $180,000 a year. I don't know if you've looked into country club pricing, but R2K has a mind of its own this morning so far. Yeah, it's been holding pretty steady, significantly above the other indices. I'm gonna stay out of this sideways action until data drops Wednesday. Strangle end of day tomorrow. Fair enough. J-Pow's been spending some quality time with Christine Lagarde. They like to try ascots on each other. Any opinion on using mutual funds versus ETFs for long-term retirement holdings? They're probably safer than ETFs from like a risk standpoint. I'd imagine the returns are minimized though. We will trade in this bear flag until 2025. Fucking feels like it, man. I gotta move lines. Bullshit. I don't know. Lower high? Hmm. Amazon setting up for a nice relief rally on the daily, waiting for a bounce above 102.75-ish, not to enter. Okay, good for you. Big old Fubo buy order there. Are you sure it was a buy order? Ooh, that's fun. Did Bazinga write an article? I think you were right about not buying the 4070p. I would be down 45% right now. Yep. Third test of VWAP for futures. No, we didn't even test. Not yet. What? About Amazon buying Fubo? I don't know. Good morning, Piccolo. What's the DN for Palantir? It's like $7.38 or something. I wrote it last night in the thing if you'd read it. My bosses are talking about buying gold and silver now. Nice. Bazinga's using an AI bot to listen to the stream and overheard Amazon is buying Fubo. Customer inflation expectations just came out. Oh, consumer inflation expectations. Oof. 4.7. Jesus Christ. That's not bullish. That's a big move up from last month's expectations. What do you use for VWAP monthly? I just use weighted VWAP at that point. You think if we say Fubo enough times, do you think if we say Fubo enough times, do you think the God Algo will hear us? Maybe. Should I just put all my money into the Bank of Fubo 2025 CSPs? Well, they're shittier now. Do you have any advice for pours on stop losses when you have theta? I have some May 19s all over the place, but even if this week is boring, it feels weird to cut them at some arbitrary percent down. I mean, generally, when you buy a position with theta, you're not looking to just stop out of it. You're looking to manage the position over a longer period of time. So I would focus on managing the position. If you have, 38 DTE, which is what you have. At 30 DTE, then it starts to become a question of, should you cut it and possibly consider repositioning. I guess that argument can also be made at 45, but you've already passed that point. I mean, it depends on how volatile do you think price action will be, and if the market breaks down to a new level, right? SPX generally trades in pretty defined ranges over time. If it breaks into another range, then you usually want to cut any like losing straddle legs that you might have floating in your account. But when the market's like really low volume, kind of low volatility like it is right now, it's best to get more theta on your straddles, because over a given period of time, you're more likely to trade in a broader, well, you're more likely to trade to the farther ends of a given range. When the market's moving really directionally, I generally don't take as many DTE, but you also need to account for overnight theta loss. So generally speaking, it's like a minimum of like 3 days of 3 days till expiration. Ideally a little bit more, like 5 to 7. Sometimes I get them quite far dated if I plan to hold both legs until profitability. So I think the market's going to chop. What do you feel about selling Fubo CSPs and using the credits for leaps? That's called a synthetic long, and I get them on Fubo all the time. I usually try to wait till like delta skews negative, but I think it already is right now. Obviously, sub $1 is a better range for that right now than $1.50. Would this be a good range to sell 0 DTE Strangle on SPX Spy for the day? What range? Let's see if positioning has moved appreciably anywhere. Nope, positioning's relatively the same. There's some more in the money puts being bought or possibly sold. Gamma's kind of flat here. A little negative at 40.95. Pretty flat at 40.90. And 40.85 and 40.95 aren't very impressive either. But 40.80 is a little more negatively skewed, but 4100 still has a ton of interest. I mean, you only get 45 cents. It's probably wide enough that you're not going to get assigned, but the returns are garbage for the risk. What's GM on QQQ? GM is at 337.22 now. I can't believe Fuba is finally moassing. Thanks for everything, Gork. Hey, Gork, do you expect Upstart to go down during SLD and actually have an OPEX this month? Thanks for what you do. It could. It's almost still liquid enough. Hmm. That's on SQQ synthetic long. They're risky. You generally have a pretty good chance of assignment on the sold put, unless you get a really favorable fill. I mainly trade SPY and it moves way less than SPX. So on days like this, I thought strangles would be a smart idea when we chop around. Yeah, they're not bad. That's just like very, very far out of the money, right? If Ivy hits zero, can I buy infinite options for free? No, you still have to pay for the intrinsic value. And theta. Rev having quite the day. Wait, is that still listed? No, it's not. If Ivy hit zero, the Series 7's exam might be applicable. Oh, silly poopy pants. No more downward price action today. VIX crawling down, SPX creeping up. Yeah, it doesn't look very interesting. I still think this is going to fail. But I don't know if it's going to fail substantially. Like at this point, like we're probably looking at futures falling back to like maybe 105, more like 10 107. If this uptrend even breaks down. How do you define the close to the moneyness on days like these for strangles? The possibility for it to break down is also something I'm cautious of. Well, you can also take into consideration the fact that, there's pretty strong resistance at like the slow gamma neutral to the upside at like 4113, and then there's strong resistance at gamma neutral and delta neutral to the downside at like 4080, right? And then you can always, like, on zero DTE sold positions, you can always close them as they move towards profitability, right? The video feels intentional. Is it really doing anything that it doesn't just do every day? It's up 1%. When are you gonna hire me as your fund wholesaler? Hmm. Hmm. Is NVIDIA going to moon? I don't think so. I don't know how many times I have to reiterate this, but unless NVIDIA falls below gamma neutral, which it has not done, it is not going to come down in any significant way. Remember that market makers on NVIDIA are buying into falling prices until it falls below that price point, which stabilizes upside moves. If NVIDIA starts bouncing and the indexes are following suit, get a call. Yahoo Finance showing bearish short-term outlook on NVIDIA. Go long now. The sentiment is shifting. NVIDIA GN's at like 264. Hard to buy calls when you're full port puts. Don't full port puts. Ooh, which banks have earnings today? Don't we have bank earnings today? I don't know why people full port things. Small ports is my assumption. But then if your port is so small that one put is a full port, or a couple puts is a full port, you probably shouldn't be playing too many speculative options in the first place, right? Call my broker. They told me that no trades actually need to take place to stop me out. Only a lowball bid is required to trigger it. Does this seem consistent with what you know about stops? Yeah, if the bid slips, you can get stopped out. That's why you want to try to avoid illiquid strikes, because they have less slippage. But that's accurate. I mean, your stop is triggered when the bid, or I mean, you can set your stop at like the mid to try to avoid that. Not all brokers give you that option though. JPMWF Citibank Friday, BACGS Monday. Okay. Shill. It's called a paycheck full port. What if May 5th comes around, Upstart is trading at 20, and I don't get assigned at expiry? That's not going to happen. Fidelity only gives the option on trailing stops. Okay. You can set conditional trades to last trade triggers to avoid getting stopped on illiquid things. Yeah, that's even fewer brokerages offer that. Um, I as far as I know, only IBKR, maybe TDA does. If it's a liquid, the last is very old though. Yeah. Holy fucking shit, this is boring as hell. I have no idea how to set stops. We know you don't, turd. Ugh. Still looking for a profit only stop limit. Huh. What? Alright. What's going on with futures? Double top. A limit order? I mean, I guess. Did you make food on Easter or force a DoorDasher to deliver you food? I went out and ate. I'm stuck at home with some sort of Groundhog Day-esque situation where the markets just chop every day for the rest of my life. This is an extremely boring period right now. It always is as we await big macroeconomic data, right? Interesting. God, volume's fucking so low today. SPY volume's only at 22 million. Buy random options and set stops at 1% profit. Foolproof. Hey Greg, are my 196 DTE 220 NVIDIA puts safe? I don't think you need to worry about them right now. Are they safe? No. But you've got a really long time to expiration. How do you manage straddles during this chop? Just enough theta to wait until the next economic data release? I mean, if we keep moving up, I'll be able to close the long side, but I already closed the short side of Friday's straddle. What are you talking about? 2-hour long bear flags are so exciting. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the worst. Is volume getting progressively worse? That's called consolidation. Are we waiting on economic data today? There's not much left for today. I mean, I think we have the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. Williams is speaking after market close. Did you sell any of your April 14 puts on the drop this morning? The 4075s, and the 4050s. The 4080s I'm gonna keep open. I don't think I sold all the 4050s actually. I sold 2 of the 4050s, all of the 4075s, and 3 of the 4080s. I feel like big players just want to drag this out for as long as possible to keep as much of retail as they can from being in on the drop. Yeah, I don't think they care about retail. I think they just want to make the most money off of the drop feasibly possible. Next GME OPEX, I mean, the next OPEX is on 421. I don't know if GME is going to do anything. I can't remember the last day something substantial happened during market hours. We had some interesting price action last week. There was the big dip through like, what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday into Wednesday, I guess. And then we bounced back into like the end of the week. Mhm. Expectations on bank earnings, they set themselves such a low bar that it's impossible to look bad. I kind of went over this yesterday in the members stream, but I don't expect their earnings to be terrible. I just think the earnings are going to be heavily scrutinized as people begin to assess their long-term holding risk and the fact that they're not making as much money as they should be off of the rate increases, right? Their interest rate revenue is not nearly as high as it should be at this point. Yeah, I would definitely practice trading straddles on like a paper account before trying to use them in real life. What is everybody's shoe size? Me 8, me 13, 10.5, 12. $14. One. One youth. Nice, Dork. 69. Is that the European size? You don't have to pay tax on children's shoes. Okay. $13, $14, $420. Big in Japan. Is that a penis joke? X equals B plus or minus radical B squared minus 4AC. Huh. Check DMs. What do you got? Was that the fucking 1 hour? Interesting. Oh, no. How does SPXOI look? Fucking boring, like the volume. Not much has changed. Still a lot of put interest at 4065, a lot of call interest at 4100. Everything in between looks boring as shit. I guess it gets spicy if we slip under 40.85. But so far, that's not happening. It appears MMs would prefer a 4100 straddle over 4065 or 80. Yes. I don't know about that. Gamma's kind of flat on either side of 4080 right now. I think we'll probably test 4100 at some point this week. It may be today, but we've still got quite a lot of gap to fill. The drive up, while persistent, is not volume backed. And it was stronger in the earlier part of the day before more puts came in. Finished my taxes. I successfully hid losses from my wife. I need a cheers. Congratulations, Turd. That's amazing. Is April 21st still very put heavy? Yeah. It's evening out as we approach it, but it's still a little bit put heavy. I mean, farther dated puts are starting to move out to like May and stuff. Have you ever seen a rainbow option paired with a nested variant swap on one of the legs? So essentially a conditional execute rainbow option based on variance performance. No. I don't think that's impossible. But swap data is not available, so are we just speculating on if the position can exist? Might take a look at MXC. I'm really not interested in natural gas companies. But I could take a peek, I guess. Well, their liabilities are extremely low, but their cash flow is not that impressive. Are they going to be able to sustain that dividend for long? I guess if they have a low enough float, yeah. $1.141 million. Kind of volatile, though. Which I guess is expected, given the float size. How did they accurately price the market 50, 75 years ago before computers? Did the price only tick every 10 minutes or something? I mean, they processed the order flow, but it was, yeah, it was very slow. Yeah, it's position existence speculation. Weird volume trends around quarterly future roll open on U.S. energy futures. What's weird about the volume trend? I mean, you'd expect weird volume trends around quarterly rolls, right? But is there something more specific? You ever take a block of Parmesan, toss it in the pan, and fry it into a giant Cheez-It? No. Never the whole block. I've like grated Parmesan into a pan and made a crisp. Like a Parmesan crisp. That was pretty good. MXC just ripped $1. Imagine working for an MM back then and having to sort among paper orders to find prices to dump and to match to dump internalization. It was probably a bitch. Although, I'm not really sure that much internalization occurred back then. They could just be swapping forward variance during the roll period. Right, Tungsten? Now you got a stew going? Oh, fuck, man. Is this stream gonna make it through these 2 weeks of chop? I mean, swap shouldn't generate volume in the underlying. If the market chops like this for 2 weeks, we're gonna be at 500 viewers. I know. I mean, I get it. I don't want to be here either. Please like and sub to support the channel. Thank you, Ending. I like how the number, like, regardless of the number of people that have left, it's still 50% people who don't like the stream. Boil up 13.5% today. Exciting. Are you still getting dislikes? Yeah. But I think those are just like bots. Or people really just hate me a lot. Even though swap didn't generate volume, it should generate an arbitrage disturbance, provided it's hedged on the underlying. You don't know what they're swapping against, right? That's the problem with not having any CFTC data. This market sucks. I wish it would do something not shitty for once. That'd be cool. It's, you know, the most annoying part about it is like right when we get to the point where we should get some volume, it's noon, and then no volume comes in. Bud puts. Why? Puts on Anheuser-Busch going into a fucking recession? I'm just gonna wait till all the people who don't like gay people sell their like long-term holdings, and then I'm gonna buy in hard. Kid Rock's a fucking poser. I like to keep your continuous unimpressed tones going in my ear, regardless of the market, while I ponder my trades. It's grounding. Okay. Gherk, the Bologna, I have to know. Fried or not fried? What about grilled? He was cool as fuck in 1998. Was he? I mean, so was like Limp Biscuit. I started a new job, and after only missing one stream in 2 years, I've missed the last 6. That will change. So will your employment status. Okay, be honest, guys. How many of you have lost your jobs because you've been watching the stream all day and not doing your work? I need to do a poll. Got a raise, promotion, getting promoted in 2 weeks. I've been warned, but I make more from trading GME than my job. Hey Greg, thanks you. I was able to lose so much money last year that I was approved for Medicare. Nice. So you literally went the food stamps or Lambo route. If I'd made money, I'd be paying triple on my hospital bill. Take the ones where you can get them, I guess. Kid Rock, even in his heyday, was that guy who was too old to hang out at the skate park. Yeah, I can agree with that. Please have third option, almost not yet. That doesn't count. Not to me. I'm too useful to fire. Oh, ha, pun. Because you're a fireman? Why do people volunteer to be fire people? Does anybody understand that? Can't lose something you don't have. Laid off or encouraged to seek employment elsewhere. Listen, I'm trying to determine the strength of the labor market in the pickle jar. God fucking damn it if this piece of shit bounces. Not yet. It's getting there. I think we need to fall below 40.80 for us to really pick up momentum on the put side. But the futures breakdown looks nice. It's increasing in volume. Hopefully that doesn't mean it's just going to bounce super fucking hard at 41.10. My boss told me to increase my productivity. I told him to fuck off. He called HR and got himself suspended. Third option, self-employed, but slowly running it into the ground by not working. Don't do that. Not fired, but it's crazy how much less I care when I make my salary in a week trading SPX and OPEXs. Yeah, I can see it being very hard to maintain the mental fortitude to go into like an hourly job every day after, making like a couple thousand on 0 DTEs. I shared every OPEX and SLD period information with my boss, who just bought low and sold high based on what I told him. Then I left for a 30% raise elsewhere. You never would have been fired from that position, Brett. If you can make your boss money, like personally, not just the business, they'll love you like a son. Now, if you lose your boss money, you're going to get fired. So, swings both ways. Friendly reminder, cheap Easter candy today. I already went over to the CVS at 8 a.m. this morning. Can you please explain what arbitrage is? It's the difference in price. Well, specifically for GME, it's the difference in price between GME and GME's price in foreign markets. So NYSE GME versus like GME on the German exchange or the Mexican exchange. And yeah, we measure with CVVWAP every day. We measure all of them. And that gives us an average of the arbitrage skew. For it to resolve, it's been resolving ever since earnings, but at a very slow pace. We would probably need to see a consistent sell-off in indices needed to provide sufficient liquidity from active funds in order for the remainder of the arbitrage to resolve. So the arbitrators can come in and attempt to resolve the arbitrage, which they're not really doing, which is odd. But, GME is also not very attractive to most institutional investors. But, even if they did that, the order flow would just get internalized, and then they would bleed that out over time, and the arbitrage would persist. Which is probably why institutions don't want to go anywhere near it. Can't lose your boss money if you told them that treasuries look attractive. Tap's head. I made 3 months of salary in a week on SPX. I'm just waiting for someone to question why I'm doing less work so I can just quit. Until then, I'm going to collect my dividends. All right. I respect that. All right, so we broke down through 4110. This is looking good. We're starting to move into a range where we have a little bit more put interest. But we do want momentum to continue. Ideally down below 4080 here. It's taken us a while, but we are finally realizing the breakdown of the prior trend. Yeah, 4085, under 4085 is a good place to be. If we don't get any put capitulation in this range and we can start to slip lower, we have a pretty nice downside interest to about 4065. Let me see if that's improved at all in the last 15 minutes. A little bit, yeah. A little bit more interest at 4080, 4075. I think 4070 has picked up a decent amount here, too. So yeah, there's some bears. Not a ton of them, but there's some. Lose your boss's money and then quit like you planned because you hate that guy. You're just dropping hints and conversation about how great of an investment BBBY is. That's fucked up. I'm negative 150% my salary this past calendar year. Yeah, we know Half Squart. You'd probably just be break even if you'd sold fucking covered calls. Arbitrage is the ability to make money in a risk-free fashion due to an inefficiency in the market, leading to a mispricing of assets. Don't use the big words with them. First they show up with McGriddles. The next thing you know, half your team is in the parking lot crying and resubmitting their Wendy's application. Wait, did they really fire half your team? I fucking told you. I told you they'd never buy McGriddles out of the kindness of their heart. It's guilt. Those are guilt McGriddles. Why is that reminding me of a song from something? McGriddles is my name. Something. McGoogles? Was that in a movie? Something Highland Frog. I'm going for my daily gratitude run, then for a gratitude weightlifting session. I get to run, I get to work out. Oh, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Okay? Grounding your reality in gratitude. You're a kind. I now actually hate you, Stefan. Max Keeble's big move. Thank you so much. What's the fucking frog's name, though? I reported him. Thank you, Google is trash. Stefan's chakras are so fucking smug. I know. McGoogles. That's the movie where Paul Giamatti blows himself, right? Blues himself. Blew himself? No? That's Big Fat Liar. Is that the one with Hungry Like a Wolf? Man, all of those movies are just mixed up in my head. That was the one with Malcolm in the middle, but he wasn't in the middle in that one. Oh shit, I need stops. You know, you guys really aren't the awesome stock market indicator you think you are. You don't even tell me when my fucking puts are profitable. Girk, be back in a few. I'm going for my hourly gratitude make white section. Make white session. Are you grateful for your ability to maintain an erection for more than 4 hours? Can you check Discord audio? Yeah, it's working. Oh no, the stop. Well, whatever. I made money on this. That's fucking cool. I like money. We slipped below the fast GN there for a second. That was neat. Now we're not going to actually bounce back, and I'm just going to get screwed over. That's my favorite. Discord audio is working. Why would you try to shill me like that and say it's not? I'm looking at it functioning. Discord might not be working, but Discord audio is working. Right? We can hardly manage our own positions. We sure can't manage yours. Fair. Is it parked out by the lake? The lake that's at 80 miles from Santa Fe? You know, the one where I'm parked just sitting out here by that old lake? No. Speaking of which, Frankie Muniz just completed a NASCAR race where he actually finished in a very respectable position. Good for him. What the fuck? Huh. Didn't he, like, forget filming Malcolm in the Middle? Like he bumped his head or something? You got all salty at me for reminding you to hedge. Why would I tell you when you're profitable? But I hedged when you did that. It saved me a bunch of money on my car insurance. Aflac. Not Geico. What is this fast GN? Did I miss something new? Yeah, I kind of dug into the calculations for what exactly gamma flip point meant. And it's kind of just like forward weighted gamma neutral. Or poorly calculated gamma neutral. Frankie Muniz has been a pro race car driver for like 15 years. What the fuck? Huh. I heard that, but it wasn't because of a head injury. Dude was just a really busy kid who did a lot that he doesn't remember. I feel the same way if you ask me what I did when I was 10. I know the things I did when I was 10. I'd sure as fuck know if I was on a TV show for 6 years when I was 10. There's evidence that thankfulness and gratefulness is strongly associated with happiness. One method taught me to help mitigate depression symptoms is to list things for which you are thankful each AM. I'm glad that's working for you, Hestia. I'm glad to have your support, but Affleck doesn't do car insurance. You might just not have insurance now. That's possible. Last night as I was falling asleep, I dreamt I was still hanging out with my parents in their living room. Then a creak in the ceiling woke me up, and it was really jarring to not be there. You need to lay off the drugs, dork. Just a little bit. Okay? You're having too many lucid dreams. Frankie Muniz suffered from mini strokes, literal mental health problem. Okay. Fuck that grateful guy. I didn't want to say that. I was unemployed before it was cool to be unemployed. It's never been cool to be unemployed, Velvet. You're just homeless. I'm sorry. Unhoused. You're a camping enthusiast. No, I didn't quick name. I generally don't go, oh, I wonder what this child looked like when she grew up, and then like go and try to find that out. A booth of crystal that some guy gave me at a festival every night. He said it was quartz, but it looks a lot more like pure Lucy. It's been a while since you berated me. I made white so quick. I don't know. I feel like I roasted you pretty hard on the pizza the other night. I almost felt bad about it afterwards. You don't have a choice. You can't get good pizza. You live in fucking Seattle. So you're just making do with what you got, and I went pretty hard on you. For that, I'm not really sorry, but I felt like I could have been nicer if I'd tried in any way. No, and I don't want to see that, Bob, but thanks for sharing with me that exists. All I get when I fall asleep is the sensation of falling and paralysis. Well, I get the sensation of an evil presence approaching me. How does everyone have sleep paralysis now? Is it something in the water? I mean, sometimes I'm asleep and I wake up and I can't move, but that's laziness. That's not because, it's desirable or like I physically can't move. There's so many camping enthusiasts here in SoCal. They even have group campouts. That sounds really exciting and fun. If your wife finds out about your losses on your taxes, you can join them. I got mine off TikTok. Can someone confirm Discord is working? I got a phone call now and I can't get it back. Yeah, some people are saying there's some issues with Discord. It's working on my end. I'll disconnect and rejoin. Sometimes it's usually when this happens, it's like the servers are having problems. Sleep paralysis, same just being asleep, right? Y'all are dark as fuck. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I don't know why you would be. The market has crushed the hope and joy out of everyone who's still here. I get pizza without cheese. Roast me to death. I'm ready. That's okay. Do you get it with other shit on it? Or just bread? Camping enthusiast has to be the best euphemism for unhoused I've seen so far. Unhoused is the best euphemism I've heard for homeless. I mean, homeless is so direct. I don't know why it needs its own politically correct term. Like, I get that there's people that are in transit between homelessness and, having a home, and, it sucks to describe it as being homeless, but it also sucks to be fucking homeless. I don't know if that's a blow we should be softening as a society. Right? Maybe reducing the impact of the statement homeless is not a great idea, because homeless has impact and meaning. And when addressing it as a societal concern, it should probably continue to have that. When you start saying, we really have a lot of unhoused in this city, it means a lot fucking less. Can you intentionally put yourself in a state of sleep paralysis? No. By the way, people who actively try to lucid dream put themselves through that. Odd. Yeah, apparently the Discord audio is cellar boxed right now. My wife turned me on to putting a little pesto on pizza. It's awesome. It is. I call it the glorified breadstick. We should get some roasted garlic on there or something to moisten it a bit, instead of just letting the pepperoni oil soak into it. How about people on the road long term, traveling for years without a fixed abode? Hobo. I mean, they have a fixed abode. They live in their vehicle. It's mobile. Normalizing homelessness will ease the middle class living below the poverty line. I feel like they're trying to set us up for having politically correct homelessness. So when all the institutions that bought up all the single family homes price them above anything that anybody below or at the poverty line can ever afford, they can be like, oh, look at all these unhoused. We're going to need government subsidies to build them housing. And then everyone's going to live in homeless shelters. Like tenements in the early 1900s. We're just going right back to indentured servitude and tenement living. where we all shit in the same toilet. And we have to keep our 8 living children in the same room with us. It's called Section 8. No, it's not. I mean, New York actually has a better house. It's not perfect by any means, but it has a lot better systems in place for getting people back into homes that want to be. I'll put it that way. Now, there is obviously a large portion of the homeless population in New York that does not want to go through the bureaucratic system of going through the shelters into housing, but it is available to those that are willing to deal with all the bullshit involved. Which you cannot say for a lot of other places. Look at Mr. Fat Cat over here, able to afford his own toilet. Like he's too good to share his golden throne with other people. I mean, once you have a bidet, sharing it gets really weird. The New York City Tenement Museum is cool. I went there when I was in elementary school. It was. Also, don't want to give up drugs. Can't blame them. I mean, if I had to live on the street, I'd probably want to be high. I knew there was a disconcerting increased normalization of militarization and nationalism when they re-released Top Gun. Oh, I thought Tom Cruise just ran out of money. Y'all don't have a bidet, buddy? I've been shopping for a 2-person bidet. Hard to find. You just have a plumber install side-by-sides. While you're at it, you should get a squat toilet. Which is just a hole in the floor. I think I read that New York is now legally required to take care of people in there, so they probably need to set something up to make it happen cost effectively instead of piecemeal. I mean, New York's always had, it's always been very like socially, socially liberal, fiscally conservative. Which is kind of just, you know, the poor at odds with the rich, right? But, where can I get a 2-person bidet where the other person controls my bidet? Yeah, that's, you're gonna have to look on, that's a kink. Congratulations on finding it. Nothing cooler than not putting your money where your mouth is. I have 4 toilets in my single family house, but none are hooked up to plumbing. Am I 1%? No. A squat toilet is getting rich enough that you wrap back around to being poor again, but bougie this time. Yeah. Tom Cruise can't run out of money. Xenu forever? Is that a Scientology thing? Socially liberal, fiscally conservative just means I want you to live a decent life, but don't touch my shit. It kind of means like I'm willing to pay extra for you to leave my shit alone. Which is very much how, like, East Coast wealthy people think. There was a stronger push for philanthropy among old money, right? They were actually afraid of having their heads chopped off, and I think that carries over. That's something you don't see in West Coast wealthy people. California doesn't give a fuck about the homeless. I guess they figure it's warm out, they'll be fine. Maybe it's a lack of exposure to culture. California has no culture, like no art or music. It barely exists there, except as like a dump for, tax write-offs. Like there's like 4 museums in the whole fucking state. And there are fruit trees everywhere, so food. Ah. Ah. You can't, first of all, they're not everywhere. You've got to break onto someone's property to get to the fruit, usually. Because there were no trees, at least in Southern California. There were not just fruit trees everywhere. It wasn't like the land of fucking plenty. The Spanish went there to get gold. Everyone else went there because of hubris, and I guess they didn't like having water. Excuse me, we made skateboarding, but that's it. Popularized surfing, too. You can live off street lemons for weeks. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't start with the lemon shit. I don't feel like listening to it. There's too many memes. You just trying to trigger me today? No. You know the things I'm saying are true. You don't need to get triggered by it, turd. Hey, I resent that true characterization of California. California also made ska. Shut it down. I don't think they did. Popularized. It's for a large part a desert, right? Well, yeah. No fruit trees without water rights, or enough land for it to support desert adapted trees like olives, dates, palms, I guess. I mean, the Mediterranean has, generally speaking, more rain, I think, than California. It's a more, like a far more humid environment. They're not the same temperate zone. California's like temperate zone is kind of unique. It's similar to the like coastal Mediterranean, but it's not. Semi-arid desert. The only place that it's more ridiculous that people live is Phoenix and Las Vegas. Status quo of homelessness funnels all the money into nonprofits, supposedly helping homelessness. No, nonprofits just pay money to themselves, and then after all their expenses, they do like one thing. Big money in nonprofits. Hmm. Yeah, I think this is gonna fail also. This doesn't look, it's like bounce back isn't really getting a good momentum. We're retesting 4110 right now, but volume's falling off really hard. It's legal to film in the lobby of a police department. So, why would you even care about that? Do you want to make YouTube videos about you being a dickhead at police stations? Like, I'm legally allowed to film here. This is public property. Gives a shit. Those people are insufferable. God, look at my rights being violated by the system. They're exercising our rights. They're dickheads. They've gone there with the express purpose to be confronted for exercising their rights. Help, I'm being repressed. Look at the violence inherent in the system. I like the dude that open carried an AR into a police station while wearing a mask and recording, talking about how it's his right. Jesus fucking Christ. That's just stupid as shit. Brett, thank you so much. Tuba, welcome to Cornishon. I appreciate it, man. I just dipped my toe back in the waters after getting shafted on April 21st spy puts and got out with 7% gains. Nice, man. I like to go film in police station lobbies in the off chance some hunky officers will get mad and yell at me. I mean, they might even cuff you. You know? Wait, what do you want about Cornub? Is this what I get for enjoy some Chinese food? Some succulent Chinese food? This is democracy manifest. Stop it. Is Ryan Reynolds greater than Ryan Cohen? Obviously. No more Overwatch in chat, please. Can you put something else on the bottom right? Maybe Tootsie Roll? Yeah, I already sold those contracts. I don't know why I was still watching the chart. Is it time to sell 50-cent calls on Express? I think so. Oh man, there is no open interest there. Maybe not. Remember the other day you said if you're synth long and a reverse split happens, you can get blown up? Did I hear that right? Yeah, you can get pretty fucked over. Do you have any advice for opening straddles that the book may not cover? Yeah, wait until you hit like a strong resistance, and then you want to try to like buy the call on a rejection, and you want to try to buy the put on a breakout. And this is your target strike. You want to make sure volume's low also. I dropped you a DM with a reference. Oh, I'll have to watch that. Thank you, Core. How much chop can a man endure? At least this much? Hmm. This is the gap fill. It's happening. Motherfuckers. Market finally drops, then just pumps twice as hard immediately after. Well, I don't think anything interesting is going to happen for a couple more days, so probably more of this tomorrow as well. My favorite band is not Hootie and the Blowfish. Maybe NVIDIA can trend down with the markets. Well, the indexes are at gamma neutral, right? But NVIDIA's not. I mean, we've got some decent resistance to the upside here at a couple spots. Like if we look out here on the 1 hour, we've got some short-term trend resistance here, a little bit longer-term trend resistance here at around 4,100. I think that's, is that where that is? Yeah, that's exactly 4,100. So we might come up and like test this. That might fail. I don't know if we'll fill the whole gap. It'd be interesting if we don't. It's Aqua? Is that the band that wrote the song I'm a Barbie Girl? My 4070p I never bought blew up. Yay for being cautious earlier. I mean, if you would have gotten an exit because you wanted to enter it here, and you would have gotten an exit here. I mean, you probably wouldn't have been profitable, but you would have been like break even. Because I bought 4075s here and here, and I was profitable on the drop. I probably hoped that they went like $1 in the money or 50 cents in the money, but that's the one, and yes, you are. Nice. You look extra pretty today. Did you clean up the beard? No? I feel like I look a bit haggard. About the 4075 at the bottom there, I just sold at 130%. 15 minutes of work, yay. Nice. It's pronounced Hagrid. Hmm. I don't need to fuck with that more. Ugh. Yeah, the upside momentum's dying off a little bit here. We're probably gonna trade. Well, I don't know. I'll give it some time, but on the 1 minute, it kind of looks like it's starting to dwindle. What's ES looking like? Yeah, volume dropped off pretty hard on the test, so we'll see if we get rejected here. 41. Yeah, it's like the 41.20 level. This was a big push alongside some put capitulation there on the bottom. I haven't heard. FHLB debt issuance plunges and signal of U.S. bank crisis. Greater issuance to bank slides to 37 billion from over 300 billion. Interesting. What game are you playing? I'm not. Markets? The market game? Rude. Tell your wife I said rude. I know it's bare naked ladies. Have you decided that your NVIDIA puts for the next 60 days are DOA, or are you averaging down? I've been averaging down. Maze, I've been averaging the maze down a little bit less, but most of my positions now in May, June, September, and Jan. So, I averaged the maze down when we were around 280. I don't think I'm going to average them down again. Apple computer sales down 40%. NVIDIA, believe it or not, bullish. I mean, NVIDIA, I think, is just pretty much running on positioning at this point. I don't think there's still a lot of buying going on. It's just that the options chain hasn't broken down enough for us to see any downside. Have you ever had Chuckles? They're like Sour Patch Kids, but not sour. You mean gummy bears? The Chinese chicken? Market game is interesting conceptually, but it's gotten criticism for pay-to-win elements and lack of substantial multiplayer. 8 out of 10. Thanks for your Steam review. Maze ETF? I need a decent SLD to reposition my NVIDIA May puts to June and further. Well, ideally, yeah. I'm hoping that without, the earnings speculation and everything, that, the next downside leg in the market will carry NVIDIA with it. And we're already starting to see NQ lose ground, so that's a good start. What is this SPX pattern called? Well, this was a bear flag that broke down, and now this is a bullish reversal. Can you start a cooking stream right now? I'm getting hungry. No. Is this pool actually legit? Yeah, we're doing our own employment data assessments. 30% of Pickle Jar members laid off for trading stocks while they should be working. I wonder if the results of this poll are skewed by trolling. You're my doll, rock and roll, feel the glamour in pink, kiss me here, touch me there, hanky panky. Are those just things you wanted me to say to you? Is this day 14 of 21 expected flatness? Is it? Today's day 10? Well, I guess one could argue that it's day 19. Oh. It's a good question. Yeah, it's about... I think it's about day 10 of 17. Right? Hold on. Yeah. Day 10 of 17. I mean, yes, but mostly they're Ken's part and Barbie Girl. I haven't heard that song in like 15 years. Does this SPX action look like it's more likely to break up or down? I think this is like kind of a push to grab some of the call interest at 4,100. It could push a little harder, I think. I don't see why we couldn't see a little more upside here. I mean, it looks like it's failing to realize that upside, but if volume comes in on futures here, I don't see why we don't test 41.25 from the downside. But resistance could be strong at that level, so maybe we don't cross. One second. All right. Extend the channel lines? I really don't want to. Also, mostly because I don't think this is a continuation of the previous channel. Like, the only continuation is here if it finds support, which it hasn't yet. Well, there's still a lot of call interest at 4,100. So we discussed there's put interest here, 40, 85, 80, 75, 70, right? And then there's really nothing here. This is flat. And then there's call interest here at 4,100. So it's really easy to move from this range to this range, right? Because gamma's pretty flat. But it's also easy for us to slide back down this range if this were to fail and be rejected, because gamma's flat. And then resistance is at like 4065 to the or 4060 to the downside. So like we're unlikely to go below 4060, and we're probably not going to go much above 4100. 4105C are being sold off every time it tries to break up. Yeah, I think there's long positions that are going to try to exit and average down closer to like a straddle at gamma neutral. So, over the next 3 days, as more puts come in, especially, um, that's gonna pull down on price action as people move to straddle into CPI tomorrow and tomorrow, today and tomorrow, we're gonna probably see that positioning occur, but more so tomorrow. Bitcoin going crazy here. Why is crypto of all things pumping? Ooh, look at it go. I don't know, why not? Do you still have your straddle calls? I do, but I have a stop on them now. They are very close to break even. And that also could be part of the call interest at 4100 is, I definitely wasn't the only person to straddle 4100 going into last Friday. Remember that or last Thursday. Remember that all that data was coming out on the holiday. So yeah, I agree. I think it'll test 4100 today. I don't think that's out of the question at all. Crypto is a haven for what? It's gonna be a great place for people to stuff their money right before institutions rug pull the shit out of them. BTC pump is aligned exactly with a violent move up on SPX. Risk on. Can you put a stop loss on covered calls? I'm using Fidelity ATP. You can put a limit order to buy to close. Yeah, there's no amount range to look for because it fluctuates as the contract approaches expiration. Just volume and direction. How high do you see FSLR going on this bounce? I have no idea. I'm not watching it. It's having a pretty good day today. I don't know. Might tap 210. 210's a historic resistance. Ooh, I could buy more puts there. I think puts stack up on this bump up. Not yet. And puts were already kind of stacking up earlier. Volume is picking up a little bit, but not a ton. Still looks like most of the call volume's concentrated around 4100. Well, a little bit at 4095, but it's still skewed negative. 4090 is a support. What do you think about a synthetic long on Biddy? Yeah, you could. I wouldn't want to be a long Bitcoin right now, but at least not for any significant period of time, which you would be mimicking with a synthetic long. Yeah, momentum's fallen off a bit, so I'm wondering if we're gonna get call side capitulation now. Volume's picking up on the 4100 strike. Looks like net gamma's falling a little bit, but not much. Why get it all the way up here and not get your position out from underwater? I'm worried I'm gonna get stopped out of my 4100s, and then they're gonna go profitable. Thanks, Sweet Lou. Hmm. Weak trend, bottom line, reject at 4100. I just want it to top 4100. I don't care if it rejects. Will there be that many 4100s sold? Fat stack? Yeah, it's possible. I think a decent amount of the volume at 4100 is sold, but it's further dated. I don't think the 0GTs are sold. And they might be, but if they were selling them, they'd be selling them now, not earlier today. Hmm. One more little pump here. Is what the collar? 4,100? No. The collar's up at like 43.20 or some shit. Yeah, I think it's like if I'm not mistaken. Or wait, did this get moved down? 32.80. The top is 43.20 though. This is the only one I care about right now. It's going to get rejected at 4,100. Should I hit the like button to help get the word out? We'll see. And it probably will, but it could also move up above 4,100 a little bit. Hmm. IA. It's not working. The resolution of this. I'll remove my stops up a little. Bank puts at 4,100. Maybe not right away, but probably. Yeah. I'm kind of focused on getting out of my straddle calls right now. I would like to make money on them. But momentum keeps dying off. There's just no bearish pressure. Futures just broke up above 41.25, so that should be something. I mean, this is why straddles are so good during these choppy periods where we're kind of hung up between like big options resistances, because you're very likely to test the low and high end over, like, let's say like 12 candles on the hourly. So if you're buying like 14 DTE straddles, and this even works on SPY because you have some theta, as it moves from the lower to higher ranges, you can capitalize on both sides of it. And right now, we're like very hung up between 4060 and 4100. So it's a little slower, but it's really advantageous. It's more like it's more like swinging the straddle. But you can also like say, you enter your straddle here, day one it falls. You can exit here, re-enter the put side here, right? And then as it, if it moves up the next day, you can exit the original call side here. And then as it moves, and then, the next day you can re-enter a call side. And like as it consolidates, you can draw the strangle back into a straddle, and then you can exit the put side, exit the call side, and then you hit volatility, right? Congrats, bulls. Now get the fuck out. It's not over yet. Wait a minute, I'm buying 4090. Yeah, I mean, I think you have longer than a minute. Momentum's gonna cool off. So even if we if we don't break up, right, and we just chop here, momentum's gonna cool off while put positioning builds, right? If we do break up, momentum is gonna spike again. And then it'll, eventually we'll get a cooling off period, and then we're more likely to see downside. But remember, above 4100, they can stabilize price action in the upper range because there's call interest here. So if they can keep that call interest in the money until end of day, then they'll cash settle those contracts. So once the 4100s are in the money, since these have been held open for a while now, since they've had so much decay already, it's really advantageous to get those like kind of more in the money, right? That way, when they cash settle for their intrinsic value, which is the difference between, the strike and spot. I don't know if we have enough volume or call interest to see 4125. Oh, on futures. But a 14 DTE 4000P be a good play now that we're at 4100. No. I mean, I have a couple, but they're very speculative. I mean, that's super far out of the money for such a short expiry. Now, if you can like, see, I don't know if you'd be able to spread it. If you have the margin to spread like a 4,000 with 14 DTE, you can do shit like on days like today where we're moving into the upper range, you know, you can sell like 40, 50, 0 DTEs and you create, you know, a really wide spread. Or ones. Ones are a little riskier, obviously, because of the overnight carry. But, you know, that can offset your theta decay. But you generally need to do this early in the day. Like, if you were going to do that, you would have, like, you would have wanted to have done it, you know, this morning or here. No margin for you? Okay. Yeah, so you probably want to avoid extremely far out of the money contracts. Especially with that little theta. Sometimes you have to make money on the SPY or QQQ because you're too broke to play SPX all day. That's a real thing that people should be probably considering. Well, I mean, think about it. Like, you can afford a 4,000 DTE on SPX, 14 DTE on SPX, right? And this is, what are these right now? They're $15. Or on, you know, SPY, you could get like 3 4080s or 5 405s. Sorry, 408s. Right, and this is half leverage, right? For the same expiration, but you're 50% closer to the money. And then if, you know, if it hits your target of 4,000, you know, you've made $5 a contract, right? So it's $25. If this hits 40, 50 with theta decay, it's going to be worth like 18. So it's you know, it's not always best, right, to have SPX given whatever your, you know, your capital allocation is. Well, the 405 is trading at 298 right now. So you could get 5 of them for $15. Alternatively, you could get like 2 4080s and then save money to either average down or, you know, buy like a call to protect your upside while we're testing 4100, and then if we fail 4100, you can cut the call. You might not make as much, but making something's better than losing it all. Do you consider entire straddle and a 10% port rule, or just a single leg since the other hedges? Um, in the account that I trade straddles in, they are generally set at 2.5% for both legs. So, not always. Sometimes they come in a little above or below, depending on how good my entry is. But I do consider both legs the position, even though the second leg is the hedge. Although I'm rarely closing my straddles. Well, I'm generally not trying to close my straddle at a loss. Right? If you just trade the straddle, like, market down, right? Close both legs. The yields on this are negligible, right? It's like, I mean, it's not bad, don't get me wrong. It's like 2, maybe 3% a day, depending on how big the morning move is. Which is solid returns, don't get me wrong. But I'm usually buying additional theta in order to, capture the downside, but also, because if I close here, or, even if I can just, I don't necessarily have to hit break even, but even if I can close like halfway back, and this is where theta is really advantageous on straddles, is I can close the put, right? And then I can close the call here, and that, ups your percentage gain to like, 10%, right? 7 to 10%. And then, obviously, if the market's really volatile, things can get really spicy, right? And you can close here, and then you can close here, right? And then you can make like 200% on it, right? Especially if you like average, like if you close and then, here you average down. And then close here. Like, I bought some more 4100s right here when it became really obvious that they're going to push for 4100. And that way I can close. I mean, now I can, now that I've averaged down my position from Thursday, they're up, right? They're up like 4.5%. So even if we don't break 4100, I still get a 4.5% yield because I averaged them down. I do keep the average down, like the allocation to average down, restricted to the profitability of the winning leg. So, if I have 10 contracts here and I make, $20 a contract, that caps how much I'll average down here, right? So it's $200 times 100. And then when I average down, if I'm targeting that move, I'm using 0 DTEs, right? Instead of buying, the same. I'm not buying the same strike and date as the straddle, right? Expressive value play over time. I hope so. Yeah. It could be some time. I was really kind of disappointed with the management's
lack of gumption in the last earnings. I mean, we still haven't hit the top of the channel. We did test the bottom and find resistance, but the top of the channel is still, like, up here. There's still a little bit more bullish momentum in the tank. But with those longer dated positions on SPY, so on SPY to kind of offset the fact that you don't get the big notional moves like you do on SPX, you have to buy more theta to straddle. Because you want increased delta exposure. And the more theta you buy, the more delta you get. Delta goes up. Right? So on SPY, you know, if I were to do this same thing on SPY, I would probably go like 30 DTE. You can also do like 45 and then do strangles. Because if you're doing 45, right, and you're like $3 out of the money on either side, right? Then your relative delta because of theta is basically at the money. So you're like 0.5, maybe a little higher delta. So you're more sensitive to changes in price of the underlying. And that way, you know, also you have a ton of time to close these out, but you get a little bit of a better multiplier on those smaller notional moves than, I mean, since you're not playing like SPX, right? Yeah, and the theta loss also, the theta protects your downside leg. But remember, you know, those are really conditional to these specific moments in the market where we're kind of locked, right? We're locked between that gamma neutral resistance on the upside at like 4113, and we're kind of locked with that faster gamma and delta neutral to the downside at like 4075, right? And that makes this range, you know, volatile and pretty tight. And as more delta neutral positioning comes in, the range gets more volatile, right? So volatility in the range picks up because gamma starts to flatten between the two resistances, right? And so like as this progresses, like into tomorrow, those straddle positions become even more profitable because the probability of seeing the low and high points increases drastically. You feel like SPX ends the day green? No, I don't think so. I mean, it's always hard to tell. The long-term momentum right now is slightly bullish. It's losing steam still, but it's still a little more bullish, right? So I would say that the skew favors the bull side, but interest is picking up to the put side. So that's going to shift as we move into like CPI, where we're going to be sitting relatively neutral. And then probably PPI following that, and the Fed minutes, which are, I think, the same day as CPI, right? The Fed minutes are kind of relevant because we get the dot plot from the last economic report. What's hopium? I started trading with SPX and abandoned me. I mean, I never really traded SPY much on here. couple times, like for fun, but yeah, I don't like trading SPY. I don't like QQQ either. Jimmy Burr, yeah, all the way back to 22-25. So now I want to get a 4090. I'm not trying to brag. Okay, so they're going to pick up some 411 DTE SPY 405P instead of 14 DTE SPX 4000. Though I think I'll wait till 410 happens, maybe 409. So question, why shave the theta? Why not just get less leverage and not sacrifice the theta? And then like the theta offers you protection, and you already know you need to hold. So here's some problems right away. 4050 is below gamma neutral, even the fast one, and below delta neutral. So it's going to take a significant amount of downside pressure to put this in the money, right? So you're basically buying a position right now targeting either hot inflation or you're targeting SLD. If you're targeting SLD, you're buying way too early, right? SLD's in the middle through end of next week. If you're targeting hot inflation, well, it's possible. I have some positions open for it. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not betting on this a little bit, but I don't know how the market's going to react to like core up, headline down, right? Which is the most likely outcome. And so like this is a risky proposition, especially if you're targeting strikes below delta neutral. Because you need the market's reaction to core up, headline down to be negative. And really it could just be nothing. Now, I will say put positioning's building, but that could just be relevant for SLD since it's far dated, right? So like the far dated put positioning that's building up, that may just be to capture SLD movement and then, or the entirety of the inflation prints. So you're kind of targeting a strike below resistance, and you're targeting, a time period in which not a lot's going to happen. Potentially. What about 0.1 delta bear call spreads one day out? Like April 11, selling 41.30, buying 41.35. Seems like low risk, or is the delta deceiving me due to the low theta? So the risk at 41.30, 41.35 isn't significant, right? But the profitability is really low unless you sell like first thing in the morning, or you're able to sell them in pre-market, which is super hard. Where you're losing there, where you're like, oh, this is free money, right? Because I know it looks like that, is that market makers are shockingly efficient in their pricing, even more so on SPX, right? And so you're probably going to lose in the spread. And then if the position, God forbid, does turn against you, which, like I said, is unlikely when you're targeting, uh, like a point 0.5 sigma move, a little more. Um, when is that, now you've overpaid or, well, undersold the contract. And your losses are going to compound faster when the market maker up prices the contract. Please clip this whole segment after you're done. Yeah, sure. Uh, is cold ED the opposite of hot inflation? Audio lag is real? Yeah. I tried to allocate more memory to OBS, but that didn't seem to help. I don't know, maybe I need to upgrade my RAM. Jesus Christ, I've been babbling on about this shit for like half an hour. Defrag? I don't think so. It's specifically. Well, I don't know if it's the compressor because I'm getting the audio lag even if I have the compressor turned off. Might be using page file, disk drive, RAM as cache. Maybe. But I don't know how to fix that. The sound is way more normalized in post, so the compressor is helping. Yeah, I don't want to get rid of the compressor because since I started the stream, everyone's been like, oh, I can't fucking hear you. And now people can actually hear me, which is cool. Should fix it by shorting the video harder. Not quite yet. Soon. Now I think I buy a 49.85 put. The fucking resilience is insane on this stock. I'm sorry, who are you? How did I get here? I don't know. Wrong turn at Albuquerque. I just imagine it's a really bad voiceover from Italy, more authentic. I just need to move my mouth this and say things, lead between things that I'm, so it looks like I'm saying more than I actually am. Don't do that ever again. Hey, listen, I resisted the urge to move my mouth a bunch and then scream Mothra and run out of the room. So, JV just going to slowly be down back to under 20? Probably, yeah. It looks like it. But also, my stream buffered while you were doing it, and it really added to the effect. You should have so we could see those lotioned calves. I keep getting clients saying yes, ma'am to me over email at work. I'm a man. Tell them that. You know what? Better yet, get a boudoir photographer. Take a series of photos of you looking manly on a bearskin rug. And then anytime your client calls you ma'am, send them that photo. Way ahead of you? All right. I think you have a bad connection, or are you going into a tunnel? I am in a tunnel. I stream live from the Holland Tunnel every day. I'm not unhoused. I'm just a bridge dweller. Tunnel dweller? Like a troll. Well, trolls are bridges. See, I should have said. Damn it. Gotta pay the troll toll. Since everyone got promotions, tunnel snakes rule. Are unhoused trolls unbridged? Yeah. Hmm. I can add an audio delay. Somehow. Nope. Huh. Thoughts on China invading Taiwan before end of year? Maybe. They're doing a lot of posturing. That doesn't necessarily mean anything's going to actually happen, though, right? Ew. Gross. Mm. No, I'm gonna wait. VIX is coming up a bit. Oh, okay. SPY volume dropping. I think we get a little push here, right? Yeah. I don't think it'll be long, but I think we'll break 4,100. Yep, there it is. I have a question, Piccolo. If I grabbed a membership, does it follow through for 30 days? Or is it the first of the month thing? I think it's the day, like whatever day you grab it, it just bills you every 30 days, but I have no idea. Ah, okay. Thanks, Mass. I just posted a bootleg of Mario Bros. Movie in Discord, so no one has to step foot in an AMC. Dude, what the fuck? Delete that. Don't post bootleg movies in the Discord. I don't care. It's Nintendo. Fuck that. I'm not even gonna play with that shit. Kirk really hates poor people, doesn't he? No, Discord's pretty strict about that. Thanks, Fluffy. Nintendo would crack down on the stream harder than a Batman teabagging a homeless man stealing an apple unhoused. Future's selling off in like an appreciable way. Like, are they though? Or are they just consolidating? Looks like SPX range bound 4100.01, 4100 next few years. I know. As long as it doesn't draw back and hit my stop, I'm happy. The market's still just waiting for Nvidia to stop pumping. Alright, it's not just Nvidia, right? God, I fucking love Costco. Any thoughts on Samsung's earnings? Didn't they report like 97% reduced revenues? It's totally reasonable that all of their chip manufacturing competition is killing it. I just bought steaks there yesterday. I just love it because anytime the price dips $10, every boomer on the planet YOLOs into it. New bull thesis: chipmaker earnings are terrible, stock down, competitor chip earnings down, competing stocks up, all chip earnings go down, all chip stocks go up. That's an interesting thesis, I'll give you that. I know RAM's cheap as fuck right now. I should upgrade the RAM in my computer. How much do I have? I clearly don't have enough. I need to upgrade my motherboard and processor. It's time. I'm gonna spend some money today. I don't need 128 gigs. There's no way. Does the AMD do the 3D FX chips support the chipset support GDDR5? You need one of the things I put in your inbox. That's just a picture of your penis again. Oh, I get it. A shit wrong thing. Nice dick, bro. You better have liquid cooling for the shit they put out at the moment. Take your headphones out now, boys. Gherk needs ad revenue. Oh, smart. I like the way you think. This is a honey badger market? It's persistent. I'm gonna put a stop on this. Do, 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 do. What are you getting an erectile dysfunction ad for your erectile dysfunction? You know they base it off of things that you've looked up in the past. I mean, we were down 88 BPS this morning on the market. That seemed like a good time to take advantage of the price drop. But yeah, I mean, maybe this week, if not, probably next. This week's going to be really dependent on the data, right? New audio makes an Apollo interface as onboard processing for effects. It has lots of headroom for your SM7B. It sounds great. You can get one with 2 chips and cones with some effects too. I don't know what any of the things you just said to me mean. I really read it like you were considering it. Impressive CV. He wants you to buy what I suggested, but his thing is way harder to use because it's software based. Okay. But he's right, it would sound really, really good. Send me the cheapest one that'll work, dork. Can't I just use the audio interface I have already? Like, can't I just, like, turn my fucking, what is it? My gain up? Already did? Oh, okay. If it has onboard signal processing, you could. I don't know if it does. No, don't do that. It's I don't know, it's like a Focusrite something. Piece it was just like cheap and I could plug my mic into it. Yeah, do that. Start changing random things. That's always worked out well for me in the past. Greg thinks you could just turn gains up without pre-workout. It doesn't have it has like 3 knobs on it. Did they make you download any software? Yes. Yes, it did. It has choices like sample rate and buffer size. What a perfect time to do this. I'll send you a picture of that software. It looks extremely complex. And by that I mean it has like 4 buttons. Hmm. Do the mouth moving thing with no sound again. It was a one-time deal, man. Are things about to get real bearish? This is a lot of tests of 4,100. That's 4 failures to fill the fucking gap. Persistent, but weak, right? Ah, yes. The quadruple top. I mean, generally, when you have a triple top like you had here, and it fails, like we had a triple top right here. And then usually if that fails and recovers, you get a breakout. But we also failed that. And now it looks like we're failing again. So this is a quintuple top. About to be a sextuple top. It's real bearish or real bullish. I mean, it infers that there's a lot of repositioning going on here. And we're starting to see, like, price volatility in VIX. So there's probably some put buying going on. I don't think it looks bullish, but there is like some upward range, right? Like that. Like this channel is long gone, so we can delete that. But yeah, there's like this. Maybe Superstock DRS to SPX. Maybe. You're right. We almost did the same thing a couple weeks ago, and SPX ripped. Yeah, but the difference is it was not a couple weeks. Well, it was like 6 days ago. But not only did we have a shitload of volume that day, um, there was also a fuck ton of call interest above. Right now, we only have like long interest up to like 4110. And it's weaker than the resistance at 4100. That time when that happened, we had a shitload of fucking call volume. And I don't think that's been picking up, but I can check. Yeah, 4110's picking up a bit. So maybe. I don't know if that upside's enough. $40.93 put volume's picking up a little bit. Not nearly as much, though. Hmm. Alright, I'll check it out after the stream, Dork. Hmm. If you had a child, would you name it Carl or Dan? Neither. I would name him Aloysius. It's possible the markets will not go down since too many are bearishly positioned, even though fundamentals said it should be bearish. No, that's not how things work. If Tootsie Rolls are wax, does that mean you could smash them around a string and make a chocolate-scented candle? Yes. You could definitely do that. Tootsie Rolls are without a doubt slightly flammable. It'd probably stink, though, because of the sugar. We're going up here, aren't we? Looks like it. Still no volume, but I don't know if that matters. Futures hasn't broken its previous resistance yet. FFs just fill the gap. Fucking seriously. Four failures, believe it or not, bullish. Well, I mean, I think in normal market conditions, no. But when volume is really low and zero DTE call buying is sky high, then yeah. Bullish until they leverage enough zero DTE delta to get the pump they want. I keep getting bored, so I take premiums and buy other stuff like gas and oil. How? Am I doing this right? That's a great way to do it. That's what I like to do with my money, usually. Hmm. Going with the theta or the moneyness? Theta, moneyness, both? I could do both. I'd like to know how the MM is positioned for tomorrow. I mean, you're probably not going to get a very good idea of that until after today. Would it be better to use SPY or SPX to set up a long put position? Do you have a suggestion for something else? SPX's premium is so expensive for that much theta. So the other thing I'm buying puts on, like longer term puts on, is QQQ. Mostly just targeting the SLD period and the closure of the Fed discount window, but it should overperform to the downside versus SPY. SPY's oil exposure could support it a little bit more. Well, the S&P's oil exposure can support it a little bit more on as prices are falling, especially if oil's going up. Are puts still coming in or cut them? They might be now. Put volume picking up a little bit at 4095, 4100, 4090. Yeah, 4095 is starting to skew very negative. So if there is a failure here, and we fall back below 4100, possibly, but I don't think we're gonna see that until we fill this fucking gap. That one, that one. Yeah, we'll see. If we break up, I'll move it into the broader range. All right, I'm gonna close my straddle here. Maybe I wait. Do I wait for 4105? Oh, fuck. I kind of want to be greedy here. What's up, Popcorn Trader? NVIDIA Reverse Moon? Okay, thanks. How you been, dude? Would it be better to use SPY or SAX? I don't buy calls on these slow grind pumps, but I swear to when I do, we're gonna get rugged. Yeah, I mean there's definitely some risk here. First of all, you don't know what the call volume is, right? So we know there's a lot of call volume at 4100 through 4110. But this could be sold, right? And these could be like long. So, you know, we may test like 4105 and then all the call volume sells out and pulls the rug. So, unless you have some theta, it's pretty risky to play the upside here. I already want to stop out of my, like, just close my straddle with a limit order while it's up. Because right at 40.95, like right on our heels, we have a lot of put interest building, right? And that could be sold too. We don't know, but we know it's there. And if those puts go in the money, right? Like we fall below 40.95, which is not a big failure. Then, you know, that can start to accelerate like that downside momentum. And, you know, you could lose. Well, it's risky both ways right now. Yeah, upside's a little more limited at this point, but not, I mean, there's still some support at 40.90. So I would say where we're trading right now, it's pretty limited both directions, right? Like you have support here and you have, you know, kind of the top of the call interest right here. And it's still really early in the day. So it's hard to say like where this is going to end up. If it was later in the day, I would say we're definitely just going to go up and test, like, move into the call gamma, right? But because we have like an hour and a half, a little more than an hour and a half left, it's very possible for this to still fail and fall. And if it fails to fill this gap, that's super bearish, especially with all the call volume out of the money. Right? Because if we move below 4100, the 4105 and the 4110 are going to sell off. Or if they're sold, they're going to close, right? But if we break up, you know, we can get capitulation from this 4095 strike, which is significantly less heavily weighted, but can drive prices higher. All the same. So it's a very, I mean, this is a time where, like, if I was gonna play lottos, like out of the money ones, I would probably just like look at 0 DTEs and then get like 4110, 4095s. Right? And then, you know, if it breaks, whichever way it breaks over the 4100 line, you know, I can stop out the losing leg. I don't like Tilray. I think they're a horribly run company, and their stock is massively over diluted. So I think fast gamma neutral. I think is a more accurate description of the like gamma flip point data I get. It's front weighted, almost like an EMA. Whereas like our gamma neutral is like true gamma neutral for the chain, right? We're taking all of the strikes on the chain and we're finding the neutral point for gamma, right? For all expirations. But the gamma flip point, it's relevant, right? Like it's not I don't necessarily think the calculation's super accurate. I think the gamma flip point is more like actually just where delta neutral is. But even with the small like 3%, 4% inaccuracy, it appears to be like a front weighted like gamma neutral point, right? So it's where market makers are hedging nearer term options versus our gamma neutral where they're hedging the whole chain. They didn't fill the gap. I hate that I haven't changed my name in a few weeks, but I will let everyone know once I embarrass again. Okay, thanks, Superman. My boomer father-in-law is back again with 2 algo picks from his rich friend, Zoo and HNRG. Mind taking a quick look, confirming if regarded. Thanks. Yeah, I can. What was the first one? Tizu? I like the trend, but I would want to see it break above. Well, I'd want to see it break above 765 for confirmation. I don't know shit about the company. A media commerce company. Sounds like bullshit, scam kind of deal. Android apps. Yeah, I don't know if I have a lot of faith in the company, but the technical trend looks okay. It needs to be confirmed though. Halidor, Halidor looks pretty good. I've played Halidor before. They're another coal. They're like another coal company. Um, they don't have the cash flow stability that you see in BTU though. That's one of the reasons I didn't buy any of it. So I like BTU more than HNRG, but they're okay. Did they resolve their debt issue? Looks like their EPS has been moving up. They started trading at a multiple after Q4. Price of bits is about the same. Yeah, it looks like their total liabilities are up a bit, actually. I'd maybe look more into that. And current liabilities are still not cleared. Their cash flow is starting to pick back up though, so that might be because energy demand for China is getting a little higher. They don't have any exposure to like coking coal, which BTU does, and that's the coal they use for steel manufacturing. So they're purely energy based coal. I don't know what the fuck that kind of coal is called. I forget. But it's basically garbage. I know they've been around a long time, right? Diet Coke and Cola. It's like a better version of Groupon. Okay. It looks like it's volatility shorted, like pretty heavily. Yeah, no problem. Just want a moon. What's he getting some Julys? On what, Jake? I'm saying gaps have a higher chance of fill. Nothing is 100%. Yeah. I'm surprised it failed. That's kind of... I mean, it didn't fail a lot, but that's still like a 40-cent gap. And if this starts failing 4,100, we're going to get call side capitulation because the theta's decaying on the positions. Non-anthracite. Thank you, mass spectrometer. That's what it's called. Yes, volume's falling off. Yeah, SPX is starting to get a little bit more bearish momentum going here. Huh. SPY SPX QQQ? Or a mix of the three? Oh, I mean, yeah, I think July is plenty of time. Just you don't want to be too far out of the money because there's still a lot of uncertainty in the market. So, you know, I wouldn't be trying to target like sub 3,900 or anything like that. Even with July's, I'd still want a little more. I'd probably want a little more theta for like if you're trying to target like the 36 or 3,200 range. It's just better to have the theta. It makes it easier to manage. Even if we drop by July, it's better to have that extra time. But if you're targeting nearer the money, I don't think July is bad. It might be excessive even, depending on how near the money you target. Thanks for the PXD tip. I bought it for dividends, but plus is there also ripping today? I appreciate the advice. Oh, no problem, man. Nice. How low do you see SPX going for SLD? I mean, the usual drawdown's like 200 to 300 BPS. So I generally don't expect any more than that. Although I will say 300, I think 300 BPS from our current price puts us very near the put side of the collar. So like say we were trading at this range going into SLD, like we're trading at 4,100. Yeah, that puts us at 39.77, which is, you know, only another 200 BPS from the collar. Like things could get really bearish then, right? Because bears will push to try to get those long puts in the money. Because if the JPM collar puts go in the money, it creates a huge amount of downward pressure. More so if we're trading lower. Bituminous? Did you mention if Upstart has any T+2 potential due to the price we closed out on Friday? I don't think so. Not a lot of the options chain moved into the money. Most of the calls on Upstart are at like 15 and 20. So, only like half of the open interest really moved up into the money. I don't think there's a ton of exposure. If the market doesn't shit, there might be a little bit from the 15s moving up. I have a leftover QQQ 310p from 5.5 from a straddle. Expiry too soon to hold for SLD? I don't think so. Yeah, no problem, Tom. Oh, no. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. That should work. Maybe that'll get rid of that stupid lag for a minute. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to get something to drink. This looks like it's gonna maybe break down. There's some support here, but if it fails, we're gonna start to get call capitulation. And we're still technically net negative gamma, right? So downside potential is still really strong, even though we've been pumping all this time. Like, actual gamma neutral is like right here. Up at like 41. Actually, that's exactly where it is. 41.1307. So it's still costing quite a lot of money to prop up any call side interest on SPX. So yeah, I'm picking up some puts here. I've got 40.90, 40.85, and 40.80s. Sold 3K in GME shares, sold $30 CSP SQQQ leaps at 25% credit. Time to test the theory. Alright. What expiration? Are you trying to get assigned or no? Have you ever been a best man? Yeah, 3 times. One of the times I didn't go. Like, I did all the pre-wedding shit, but I didn't go to the wedding part. Well, I couldn't, my flight got canceled. It was like a whole fucking shit show. How many of those marriages are still together? 2. Have you ever been a bridesmaid? No. Well, 2 of those guys is like their only friend, so. Leaps Jan 24. Cost basis of a sign would be 22 on SQQQ. Wait, you sold fucking leaps on SQQQ? You know they have decay, right? Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I guess you just need SQQQ to move up, but still. Why not just sell them in the money at that point? In your professional trading career, has the market ever been this boring? Oh, yeah. That's definitely happened before. I mean, this is extreme, but it's been close. Like the Stwemo? Sub to Stwemo? What is this wording? The stream? Look at overall volume on NVIDIA. The trend in spot for actual head and shoulders. The trend is spot on. Oh, like over time. What time frame? Like the hour? Yeah, it is. I'm very okay with NVIDIA, dropping to $200 in the next 2 weeks. I wouldn't, I wouldn't say no. It's Which non-quant from the pickle jar would be your best man? Hmm. You know what, Carl? Because I know he won't fuck the bride, right? Boom. Daily 4 hour, increased volume on left shoulder, less on head and right. Yeah, it's pretty textbook. Capitulate. Interesting. Couldn't watch today. It looks like absolute garbage. More of the same tomorrow. That's distinctly possible. Is Fubo looking good for a bounce? Ooh, 40.95 put gamma's picking up a lot. But now people are buying 4100 calls. Man, the fucking zero DTE bulls are relentless. Yeah, I mean, we're probably still going to remain channel locked, Russell. I don't think that's going to break down unless, I mean, until data comes out, and even if it's not bad enough, then we'll probably just stay in the channel. That's just big money and price manipulation. I know. I'm well aware. It's not fucking retail buying, hundreds of thousands of 4100 zero DTEs. Pick me, I swear I won't enact my revenge for breaking up my mustache relationship. Yes, you will. You loved her. Every red flag she threw at you, you caught. If data is mad, it likely means more predictable downside to SLD, no? Yeah, but still not till SLD. The day will come when zero DTE bulls will get wrecked hard. Probably. Then they'll just buy futures and get their calls back in the money. Would you let Dan C. Queen cater your wedding? Absolutely fucking not. If CPI is bullish, would that lead to put capitulation and sold call buying? Possibly. I don't really see an outcome for CPI that's bullish. Um, I mean, I think just at best flat, which doesn't really change anything. It's not that. I mean, it's a volatile data point month over month, but it's not that volatile. And PCE is a pretty good indicator of where CPI is going to end up. That's called an ascending triangle. One of these days I need to learn futures. Are they basically options on steroids? Kind of, yeah. I mean, if you're playing minis, they really are just options on steroids. If data is mad, that likely means more predictable downside to SLD. Yeah. Ignored seem like bullish. If I send you an invitation to a party, obviously just to the address I imagine is yours, would you show up in a white tux, huge gold chains, and with a white cat borrowed from your neighbor? My neighbor doesn't have any white cats. So close. Unless this little bump picks up a shitload of futures interest, it still looks pretty bearish. But fuck, are they slow to relinquish their positioning? Gun to your head. You have to invite one. Walk-in Stefan, Moonwind, Koala Hugger, or Half Squart. Half Squart, and then I'm gonna change the location of the wedding before he arrives. I can't believe you made it past huge gold chains, only to stop at lack of white cat source. And you can't just find a white cat. Like, I could buy a gold chain. I just got a Twitter direct message from someone shilling AI component stocks. I'm done. I haven't checked my Twitter in like 3 weeks. I should see if I've been mentioned. I haven't heard the bear song in so long that I've forgotten how it feels to believe in something. Excellent. It's okay. It was a long shot, and I knew it going in. I know a guy who can get you a white cat by 3 p.m. Do I want to know that guy, though? It's a very risky proposition. If one were to do a bit of a long put position, what would be a good percent of position to hold in VIX? Or is it not the best to include VIX into a long position, but rather shorter term? I wouldn't be using VIX hedging to hedge one position. It is a good long hedge, but yeah, I wouldn't be using it for a single position like that. Generally, if you're hedging with VIX, you're hedging like your entire portfolio with VIX. Bear song, not yet. Did you see the PBI stuff last week? No. Gun to your head. Better at parties. Walkin', Steffen, Moonwind, Koala Hugger, half score. Koala Hugger? Because he's insane. You forgot Monster Buddy. Monster Buddy would be even funnier to have at a party. New York Fed survey says credit crunch worries. Oh, just now? I say there's a lot of volume on the 4075s. I said 4095s. There's a lot of volume on the 4095s. And I'm just looking at volume. I'm not looking at OI. But yeah, you can use options, time, and sales to try to determine whether things are bought or sold. General life question: should I quit via email or with a phone call with a sleazeball I don't like talking with? Email. It's more formal. Also, you have proof of like how you quit and what you said. Yeah, document everything. NVIDIA's next earnings is in May, I believe. It's not time for the bear song yet, Bipolar Bear. I've been buying June puts, but I've also been getting like September puts, Jan puts. My June put position's the one that's probably like closest to the money that's farther dated. Is Bipolar really bipolar or is he a fraud? I think he's I don't think he's a fraud. Um but I also don't think he's bipolar. Neurotic as fuck, maybe. Slightly autistic, but not bipolar. Third option, he's AI. No, he's not. He's BI. A fucking gap fill yet? Nope. Oh yeah, it did. Hey, look, we filled the gap. I had the itch to gamble, but I didn't want to get burned with 0 DTs, so I got an April 21 SPY 408 at 242, right before the bounce up, but at least I have time to recover now. Nice. Ascending triangle I sent you was Bitcoin, by the way. It just broke out of it and got rejected again. Okay. This might stir up a hornet's nest, but thoughts on Joe Rogan? I really don't know anything about him. I don't watch him.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Check DM. Ooh, nice. Okay. Now show me the chart. That's what I like to see. What time frame is that? Oh, okay. Hmm. Did I show you this one? On the 1 minute? Hold on. It's a little slow, though. It was higher earlier today, which is weird. Oh, actually, this is with the more stringent parameters. Hmm. Which of the chain will price fall away from to avoid being in the money? And which side gets the payday? Yeah. I don't know. I'm stopped out of my straddle, but I still think there's more upside if we're in this range, or if we stay in this range. Would you be surprised if we're not near the 4,000 area come SLD OPEX time? A little bit, yeah. Total PC demand down negative 29% this quarter. Volume now lower than 2018, 2019 pre-COVID. Jesus. PC volume down. This must be good for NVIDIA. Reading that data and inflationary shit. Stagflation. Say it with me, peeps. Stagflation. Yeah. More and more. Although JPOW can still prevent it. I think how you want to phrase it is hard landing. Even if we went to 10% target rate, oil's going to be expensive as fuck. I mean, not if he moves to a 10% rate. If JPEG goes full Volker, Superman Bull, and pushes the federal funds rate above the rate of inflation, the market will just immediately crash. There will be a run on treasuries and everything will crash like that. There's already a treasury liquidity crunch, right? This piece of shit call is closing out, or are we closing above 4,100 today? They haven't closed yet. We're probably staying above 4,100 into close. We've got what? 49 minutes. And actually, the 4,100 calls are selling off a little bit. 4110's going up. The problem is there's not enough put buyers. PCR volumes, like the put call ratio volume is moving up. So that's like, it went from like 1.24 to 1.52. So puts are, there's volume on puts, but not enough of them yet to skew gamma significantly to any degree. They also moved up the call support to the downside to 4075. There's this 1,000 more 0 DTE 4010 calls coming in every minute. 150k on the chain now. And yet the price is still falling. I mean, one of these days they're going to load up the wrong market maker and they're just not going to hedge it. Did we touch the top of your box? No. Is there a day straddle sold it open on one side and the other, filling the gap by end of day, not pay off recently? It's a good question. I mean, today would have been dangerous if you sold above the gap. If you sold between the two, like delta and gamma neutral, though, or just outside of delta and gamma neutral, no. The only day we closed above gamma neutral was what, the 31st? The next day we fell back below. Nvidia spread now 4 to 6 cents. McConnerberry, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Does Powell even speak this week? No, I don't think so. Wind Vol Grenade. I made most of my money on call save, but big red candles always have a special place in my heart. I think I made most of my money on puts today. My put side of the straddle closed way higher, but I did manage to squeeze both sides of the straddle out, which is cool. I wonder if I should set up here at 4,100 while I have a chance. I'm gonna pick up the put side now. Yeah, put in some limit orders. It hasn't been that long. It's been like fucking 7 days since we pumped up. 6 days? 7. I never realized that I was neurotic until today. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. In your line of work, probably not a bad thing. Is it true that 1987 Black Monday was mathematically almost impossible? I think I've read the thing that you're referring to. I guess. Hmm. God, this is fucking pouring. Didn't everything drop 50%-ish? What, on Black Monday? I think the Dow dropped like 22%. Something like that. 23. I can't remember. It was mostly like a big failure in like like newly developed algorithmic systems. Is this what capitulating looks like? No, but the 4110s aren't going in the money, so I'm wondering if they're sold. Like, we seem to be having a really hard time hitting the 4105. I think they're just trying to hold it up in the higher range and get the puts to capitulate to drive prices into the 4110 range. That's on Zim. It's gotten really cheap. I still don't like it, but it has gotten... It's hard to argue the price at this point. Remember that the dividend is slightly deceptive because it's... you have to pay Israeli taxes on it and income tax on it. So it's really not like a good like hold outside of an investment, like, or like a tax-free account. Dividends tend to be worse performing than covered calls. Like, covered calls on growth stocks have higher yields than dividends, significantly. So keep that in mind when allocating capital into a portfolio. I only buy dividend shit when I don't want to have any more stocks to sell covered calls on. You just use E-minis when you're trading E-minis. You can watch like NQ at the same time, or like YM. YM's generally lower volume though. This, when you say they are trying to get puts to capitulate, who's they? Hedge funds, ETFs, institutional buyers, retirement funds, whoever the fuck is buying thousands and thousands and thousands of 4110s. Not retail. Beyond that, I don't think the exact entity matters, does it? It can be banks. I think the idea that you need to define the exact institution buying hundreds of thousands of out of the money zero DTEs it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if it's JPM, it doesn't matter if it's Citadel, it doesn't matter if it's Susquehanna, right? The position is concentrated enough that it's not likely that it is multiple, or it's likely that the number of participants entering those positions is also concentrated. Can you go over how and when Pickle Jar thinks that institutional bear is asleep? They're simply buying the fuck out of futures in conjunction with long institutions. This concerted effort has a purpose. Trying to time their sentiment is a... Oh, shut the fuck up. We already know it's on purpose. It's pretty fucking obvious. It couldn't be more obvious. The moon is cone-shaped, and we're simply seeing the bottom of the cone. Holy fuck. What about when they went around it, and it was round? Would you hold one DTE puts overnight if they were in the money? What's up, Catman? Didn't the Apollo mission go around the moon? I didn't miss Watkins Pi-Fi. I saw it. Dying laughing over the cone-shaped moon theory. I mean, it's better than flat moon. Or the moon's like a projection. Why do I have the sinking feeling that all my NVIDIA puts will die a painful death? I'm going to go with you over-leveraged, out-of-the-money puts at a rate that you couldn't manage the position, and then didn't set stops and limit risk. Everybody's shape moon, bottom moon, or round moon, but nobody asks where is moon when and when moon soon. Stops and littering risk are for people without conviction. No, they're not. They're for people that understand that the market is chaotic. I think Upstart can hit 15 by next week. That'd be cool if it does. What's up, Eskimo Vapor? Yeah, hanging in there. Should have went with AMD, and it's the poor man's NVIDIA. Yes, they are. That's why I'm down 50K year to date. I'm convicted. Also, it turns out I only lost $18,000 last year. Hashtag winning. Wow, Popcorn Trader. I'm almost like disappointed in that number. You've worked so hard to lose money, and that's it? That's all you lost? That's like one poor person's salary. That's accurate, but now you're talking about predicting positioning, Walken. I thought that was a fool's errand. Yes, the illiquidity in the market does make it easier to drive prices directionally. Although that has its limitations too. Jesus, you guys are degens. Not really. Was there a dream about making enough money off stocks in a year to pay off the 4K remaining on my car? And you fuckers are burning stacks of cash. You've literally watched me lose like 20 grand on SPX on 0 DTEs. This should not be coming as a surprise to you. Yes, it hurt. If all you need is 4K watching YouTube all day, it may not be the best use of your time. What? If all you made? Dork wants to pay off an asset that's interest is probably sub 4%. What a poor's mentality. The true degenerate is the guy in the Discord with 200k puts on GME before earnings. That guy must have been devoured by theta crows. Jesus Christ. Seriously? Someone bought $200,000 worth of fucking puts before earnings? Why? With no fucking hedge? That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard of. That's worse than me losing money on 0 DTs. He did, and at 100% IV. Holy fuck, man. That's awful. Wait. Was it cock magic? Maybe $200,000 wasn't a lot of money for them. Man, dork, the fucking 3 month is 5% annualized. Why would you pay off your car early? What's your interest rate? Is it really high? Yes, very, very high. Used car? That sucks. Alright, never mind. I tried to get it refinanced back in 2021 and they told me to go fuck myself. Ouch. Did you see Dixie? It went for a dump and pump and sit. It's not very interesting, is it? Hmm. That's interesting. You gotta see what VIX is doing, right? Ooh. Hello, put buyers. I see you. 40, 50, and 4,000, huh? Holy fuck, man. The 4,000 strikes at negative 62 million gamma. Shh, don't scare the VIX. That's all this shit is, man. These aren't bulls. They're just fucking bears pumping the market so they can buy more puts. Nobody in institutional finance, at least at a strategic level, is so fucking stupid that they don't know the economy's absolutely fucked. There are no bulls. I mean, there's like retail bulls, but they're fucking idiots, right? Is bears just as bulls? Yeah. Dude, Tom Lee is not taking the positions he's talking about on fucking CNBC in his actual fund. If he is, he's gonna blow that shit up. What do you guys think these fucking analysts get on the news to tell you how to strategically make money? No. They get on the news to fucking sell you an ideal so they can make money off of you. No, there's no altruism in finance, right? Remember that always. There's never any altruism in finance. I do this stream purely to serve my own narcissistic tendencies. The answer? A fucking unicorn. It's symbiotic. Yo, Pale Pickle Man. You should get some sun. Your Persian ancestors. Vitamin E is a necessity. D? Also, what are your thoughts on so far on April OPEX, which as we know occurs every third week or month? I don't really have any thoughts on April OPEX yet. For which stock? Tesla might be interesting because of its earnings. GME, not shorted enough yet. Upstart, maybe. Upstart's kind of close. Yes, there is. Takeaway RC doing 2 share offerings, sword splitting GME, and not giving forward guidance. And RC is altruistic as they come. What about his rug pull on Bobby? You gotta get rid of that too. I don't think that the end of the petrodollar is going to happen in the next 20 years. First of all, I've been over this so many times in the last few weeks because it keeps getting brought up because every right-wing conspiracy sub is full of fucking uh bricks bullshit because they're afraid of everything, and they like to fearmonger. But here's kind of how it really works. The US is not only the world's largest oil producer by a bit, but we also have the largest oil reserves untapped, by a lot, and high quality oil at that. So, you know, we've got more fucking oil than they do. And it's not like shitty high sulfur content oil like that garbage Russia shills to people. Then all of the countries that are joining BRICS, right, are creating an alliance with Russia. Okay. Now, in creating an alliance with Russia, if they cement that alliance and destroy their alliances with the US, they can be sanctioned the same as Russia, and we can destroy the US held debt that supports their economies, and we can revoke the property ownership of their private citizens of US property. And let me tell you, those rich people will overthrow their own fucking governments to keep that from happening. Like, no one's really doing anything dangerous right now. If they don't want to fucking use the US dollar to like transact through an exchange intermediary, that's not a big deal, right? If they actually threaten the US's sovereignty, we will fuck their shit up bad. Real bad. Japan's sitting on a fucking 30% inflation spread because they're scared shitless to dump a single fucking US Treasury onto the open market. We have enough like armaments to destroy all of civilization. It's not mutually assured, it's just destruction. The fact that anybody thinks that like we're the good guys and we're getting backed into a corner by economies who combined are like a fifth the size of ours is fucking ridiculous. It's so funny that like the people who are most nationalistic are so threatened by any challenge to our sovereignty. They're like, they're gonna take my guns, and I'm gonna have to live on canned goods because Wall Street's gonna blow up the financial system, and then Russia's gonna invade and try to, you know, molest my women, and like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Hiding gold in their basements and stockpiling handguns? Like, that's gonna fucking matter in a war? You're gonna shoot down a fucking MiG-29 with a 9mm? No. Dalio published that whole fucking thing so his puts on China would print. It also assumes unchecked growth of Chinese economy over like 20 years, which has not happened. They've been doing nothing for the last fucking year. they closed the 50-year gap we were ahead of them by 20 years and then lost it all in 18 months. Someone's bringing guns to a drone fight. I'll just show the invaders my portfolio and they'll show mercy. Jesus fucking Christ. We weren't invading Afghanistan, right? Like, we weren't trying to take Afghanistan over. We were there to fuel the military industrial complex. We need proxy wars to continue to grind out more weaponry and supplies for soldiers so our military has something to spend their $850 billion fucking budget on, right? We weren't there trying to win a fucking war, all right? If we were trying to win a war, we would have just killed everyone very quickly. Don't try to hold that up as a fucking like a valid argument that, you know, Afghans won with dish towels and AKs. Do you know how many people we've accidentally killed in the Middle East? Can you imagine if we were actually trying? It's not fun to think about. If you've managed long puts through these last 2 weeks of insufferable 0 DTE bull pumps, you still want to trade, you're going to make it. You just buy calls. Just when they pump, buy calls. Or straddle every night. That way, you know, before they buy calls in the morning when the market drops, you can sell the short side. And then when they buy calls in the afternoon and start pumping once the calls get cheap, you can just buy calls. It's not like the things they're doing are super convoluted. If we close above 4,100 today, thoughts on seeing 411.13 tomorrow? Or we just gap down overnight again and start the process all over? I know we weren't at war with Afghanistan. Of course I'm going to straddle again. The Second Amendment is to the citizens' protections against its own government. That was great when everyone had muskets. The government had muskets, you had a musket. It was a fair fight. Now the government has M1 Abrams tanks and you have a fucking Glock. You're not going to win. You're definitely not going to overthrow the government with it. Ghost Glock. An equivalent would be the right to bear an F-22. Maybe we should vote for that. The government gives all the U.S. citizens full military spec armaments. You know, like every town gets its own aircraft carrier. That way the government's power never gets so concentrated that we can no longer overthrow it. Oh, wait. It's too fucking late. Yeah, but a cannon takes like 20 minutes to reload. I know you're not a gun nut, dork. I mean, generally you want to buy them when yields are high. Nautical. You think we get caught up in a tight range going into CPI? I think we're already caught in it. Are you gonna hedge your puts with calls? What? I have a 4100 straddle again. Most of it. I need to fill on some more calls, or I'll just buy them in the money. But either way, my dad was a Marine for 20 years and left as a lieutenant colonel with a good chance of becoming a higher up because he didn't like that the military was about protecting assets and making money versus protecting people. Yeah. Your parking lots have tank spots? I mean, that creates a balance, right? If I buy puts, do I have bear arms? How long can a tank crew last when it's covered in diesel fuel and on fire, though? Depends on the tank. What are your thoughts on Stark Industries? GameStop's so liquid, I had to change my fidelity chart from candles to line. It's not that illiquid right now. It's getting there, but it's not that bad yet. Vix drop is lame as shit. Yeah. Fuck. Well, either I have to buy the rest of my calls at 4105 overnight, or I have to buy them in the money. Huh. 6 minutes. I'll put in a buy order at 4100 and then bump it if... See if it fills. Oh yeah, that's right. Create. I've worked for 3 of the top 5 defense contractors. Anyone who thinks their stockpile of guns or whatever weapons they're hoarding will make a difference needs a reality check. Most people need those. I need a bull's about to pump this to 4110 because it's the thing that would make me angriest. Why? We already know there's like concentrated call interest at 4110. If it makes you angry, buy a call. Can always hedge with futures and get no sleep. Yeah, that's true. Although I tried to do that over the weekend and it basically just was flat. Would CPI be good? Then PPI be bad? I mean, PPI's been moving up. Well, actually, PPI pulled back last month over month, but it was moving up before that. Inventories are starting to build, so PPI is probably a little more deflationary than CPI is at this point. I don't pay attention to it as much because the market impact tends to be more minimized. It was really important when the supply shock was bad, but now that that's been cooling, PPI will matter now that oil's moving up though, but not on this print. I'm not really sure how PPI is going to shake out. It won't be weighted as heavily as CPI though. Much like the wealth gap, the armament gap between ordinary people and the 1% continues to widen. Crime. Why isn't Bobby delisted yet? They haven't filed for bankruptcy? I think they're reverse splitting. They have quite a lot of time. Bobby earnings may make the market do weird things tomorrow. What? Shit the bed? Express isn't delisting. They're probably going to have to reverse split if they can't get their stock price up. Express pulls a Cosm? That'd be cool. It takes a $2 thermal blanket from Walmart to defeat a 60K thermal camera from Radeon. Okay. What's your point? The money's infinite. How's that matter? Didn't you hear JPOW? They just make it digitally. Ooh. That was exciting. Fuck was that? Ding ding. Interesting. They almost got those 4110s. They tried to get him in the money. Yeah, I think they did. They fucking whiffed. All right. Well, that was a fun day. SPX just at the end of day, tapping the bottom of that bullish range. Still shy. Yeah, let me move this down to the 1 hour so we can get a better look at it. So still really shy of our gamma neutral point there. With all the stacked call interest at 4100 or 4110 today, missing into close, I expect the market maker will deleverage some of that 4100 through 4110 leverage tomorrow. So we may see some pullback in futures overnight, and then we may see some pullback in the morning after we tested gamma neutral. If we stay relatively flat in the morning, that morning's test of gamma neutral will be very important, but could still fail. We continue to see longer dated call buying coming in, or put buying, while VIX remains relatively deflated, and lots of very far out of the money call selling, like 4200 and up. This helps keep the VIX down, right? Because they're selling the vol. CPI is going to be Wednesday, so at least through Wednesday, we're probably going to remain relatively in that range there. Now, yeah, we can move up above it and we can move slightly below it, but I don't think we're gonna stay probably pretty range bound within here. Finding a neutral point for CPI positioning, which might be around like 4100. But right now, I think it looks a little more skewed, like based on where the gamma's flat, it looks a little more skewed to 4075. So, but we'll see how that neutral positioning plays out tomorrow. We'll get an idea based on which side is more stacked, where the pull is going to occur. So, if going into tomorrow market open, we're seeing a significant amount of call interest, that means that, put interest is going to have to balance out at the midpoint, which means put interest coming in is going to drive prices down and volatility up. Volatility is also going to rise naturally alongside the expectation of the data print, right? So we should see volume increase tomorrow as we approach the data. That's about it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night.